In the early hours of night, I opened up the app. There saw
What's up, folks? Hope everybody's having a good Monday. How's everybody doing? Smash the like button, share live, do things you need to do.
Prayer before the battle, crack my knuckles, clear my throat, prepared to scatter cattle. For the degenerates were boasting of their filth, they all were boasting. Every sacred thing worth holding, they were mocking and were roasting. With my Bible and my wit, I refuse to let them sit. Trying to humble every twit on the rocky road to TikTok. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the serpent, cut him down, expose him where he hides all the way through TikTok. Watch them fall tonight. First I found a skeptic who was proud of his rejection. Thought he'd studied all the text but couldn't pass inspection. Threw his little arguments like pebbles at a tower. Watched them bounce right off the walls and crumble in an hour. Oh, he stammered and he stuttered. Every comeback that he muttered fell apart like stale bread that was moldy, torn and buttered. All his followers went quiet when they saw him lose the riot on the rocky road to TikTok. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the serpent, cut him down, expose him where he hides all the way through TikTok. Watch them fall tonight. Then there came a louder voice who loved his sin and pleasure, called the wicked things he did his freedom and his treasure. Said that God was just a myth, morality a prison, but he couldn't hold his ground once the actual bait had risen. Oh, his confidence was cracking, any substance he was lacking. Sent him home with all his pride in pieces and in packing. Serpent thought he had the juice, but I cooked him like a goose on the rocky road to TikTok. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the serpent, cut him down, expose him where he hides all the way through TikTok. Watch them fall tonight. Started flying, all the heathens were uniting. Thought their numbers gave them power, thought they'd send me into hiding. But I've read the end already, know exactly how this goes. Every enemy of heaven always reaps just what he sows. So they came in waves like vermin, but I stood there never squirming. Gave them each a turn to speak, then sent them homeward burning. One by one they bit the dust, their arguments were rust on the rocky road to TikTok. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the serpent, cut him down, expose him where he hides all the way through TikTok. Watch them fall tonight. Now the battle isn't over, there'll be more of them tomorrow. More who think their cleverness can save them from their sorrow. But I'll be there with the truth, unmovable and steady. Every serpent, every fool, I promise I'll be ready. So if you're feeling bold tonight and want to test your might, step into the ring with me, let's see if you can fight. But know that when you lose your ground and tumble all around, you got cooked without a sound on the rocky road to TikTok. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the serpent, cut him down, expose him where he hides all the way through TikTok. Watch them fall tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the serpent, cut him down, expose him where he hides all the way through TikTok. Watch them fall tonight. Whack full oldie rock. Whack full oldie rock.
I was hoping to finish my bread before the end of the song. My goodness gracious. Get married. This is the best. This is the best, man. Just wake up and Abbie's like, I cleaned the house. I did the laundry. I made you bread. I was like, damn. She's like, I do good. I'm like, you did good. You did good. And then we were like, we should get you a gold star plaque. And she was excited about it. Most women would find that insulting. She's like, I can get a gold star? I was like, you can get a gold star. You can get a gold star. It's so good. It's so good. I'm sorry. It's a mukbang. It's a mukbang now. Ow. I don't have you off mute because you're eating. Yeah. Right there. They're eating her bread. It's so good. It's so good. What's up, folks? Hope everybody's having a good day. We had a good session, a good D&D session. Shake killed it. It was a lot of fun. If you guys want to watch it, you can do so on the website, bigjohnsteel.com. YouTube did get mad at me for copyright. Oh my God, everything is copywritten. I played Stitch from Lilo and Stitch the whole time because it's the only voice I could do. I tried to do Gollum, but I can only do Gollum like if I really focus. But I can do, well, it's pretty much like the same voice, which is a little bit more raspy. I gotta start figuring out some voices. Still trying to get through that bread. Still trying to get through it. Apologize that we're late today. Again, I'm really struggling with the sleep. Like really struggling with the sleep lately. I struggled to get out of bed today. It was rough. I had some crazy dreams though. They were really cool. They were not bad dreams. They were just pretty awesome dreams. I'm not going to explain them here. No one wants to hear your dreams, but yeah, crazy sleep schedule. Well, not even the schedule. It's just the sleep quality. When I got up, I needed a bit of time to get the cobwebs out of my head and sat outside, stared at the sun for a little bit. Maybe that's what's going on. I'm staring at the sun too much. So bright. All right, today's topic. Same topic. Oh, wait. Hold on. I forgot to do a prayer. Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the blessings. Thank you for walking with us and being present with us. Lord, I ask that you guide us into good conversations today. If we're not to have good conversations, give us the strength to strike down the bad ones. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. God is good. We are not. I'm still trying to get through this bread, bro. It's so good. It's so good. Sleep is overrated. Oh, it's not. It's not overrated. I would and I swear on my life, if a doctor told me, hey, we could surgically remove your right foot or even left foot, and I can guarantee you'll have good night's sleep from here on henceforth, I would do it in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even hesitate. I'd sign me up. I'd look at the data first. I'd want it, like if I can know for sure, but I would surgically remove my foot and like it's going as long as I've been going without good sleep quality is really taking a toll. And the doctors are just always like, you're healthy. You're a healthy young man. You're fit. You're healthy. You should sleep fine. It's like, bro, thank you. I agree. Sleeping in extra hours is very good for your health. Well, I can't sleep in. That's the problem. I can't sleep more than like 7 hours because my body just wakes up because my body thinks I'm dying from suffocating. Great D&D game Saturday. I'm excited for the next time. Yeah, we got to figure out a time. We'll get that down. Love the breakdown vids. Learning a lot. Atheists. Thank you. Appreciate it. We're going to do more. Just kind of slowing it down a little bit this summer. D&D was really fun to listen to. Looking forward to the next one already. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I have a sick day today, so you get an extra joke. Elf. I will help you avenge your brother. You have my bow, knight, and my sword, necromancer, and your brother. That one's a good. I like that one. That one's actually funny. Abbie. Oh, okay.
I read faster than you. Yeah.
That was a good one. I'm giving that one a 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. I love that kind of humor. Actually, I was thinking about it because like my character from D&D was pretty much Richard from Looking for Group, except Richard's got a deep voice when they did like the cartoon. I did like a Stitch voice, like high pitched. My brain canon was he lost his vocal cords when he got his skeleton body back. And the magic, like my chat is just messing with me, making my voice messed up. But I want to read Looking for Group again. I want to do that because that's that kind of humor that you would see in there. It's so funny. I got to get back and read that. They did a cartoon a long time ago. Yeah. Hey there, it's 7 from IP Academy meeting. Your advice was amazing, and I've been working on using it. God bless, man. God bless.
You gave good advice?
Apparently.
Wow.
Apparently. You guys want to hear what the advice is?
Oh, dear.
You really?
If it was that amazing.
my advice. Also, if you guys don't know, I'm also attending and a part of Inspiring Philosophy Academy. I'm participating as a student in there. And I think you guys should join it. It's being run, I think, primarily by Tim. I think Than's involved as well. And Tim is an incredibly smart dude. And so if you guys want to upgrade your apologetics, I highly recommend you sign up for Inspiring Philosophy Academy. It's really going to help you be able to engage in these kind of like debates and conversations. But now for the spoiler, Tim asked me if I could give a bit of advice when what was the name again?
7.
7. Yeah, when 7 was on there. And if you're the person I think it was, then my memory, it was, you need to be more of a dick.
Baby.
That's literally what I said.
That was the politest thank you for your advice ever based on that. I've been working on using it. I've been working on being more.
With some people you
more
have
of a
to.
Wiener.
Some people you have to be more of a dick, because if you engage with people in too good of a faith, they'll walk all over you. They'll walk all over you. You have to engage in good faith. You got to be honest and truthful because you're a Christian. Right? That's the thing. But there are some people out there who do not care that you're engaging in good faith. I learned that the hard way when I first started doing apologetics. There are people I engaged with in good faith, no matter how much of a dick they were. And then next thing you know, you're getting walked over, you're getting clips made of you, you're getting videos made of you. And they don't care. They just don't care. Hey, John, how long live today? I want to watch at work. I'm going to do my best to do a normal length live, even though we started later. But it's going to be really dependent on how my temperament is going with how tired I am. So if I'm really starting to get irritable, I'm going to call it, because I don't want any more videos of me. There's a video of me on TikTok that keeps making the rounds of me just cussing this guy out. And I don't want that. And I was justified in doing it, but they didn't post the reason I was justified. They just posted the video of me cussing this guy out. And then it went viral. And it's like, oh yeah, that's the fruit of the spirit. I'm like, my God. So you got to avoid those things. If you could name your class and teach there in the academy, what would you call for it? I am how to be a dick. That's the thing. I am not qualified enough to teach. Let's just say that. I'm not in that position to teach other people on how to engage in this. I'm still a student. But if I had to, I would teach a class on rhetoric. That's something I've been studying a lot lately, and I think it's really important. I think it's really, really important because I think rhetoric has been misused and confused, and it's really rhetoric is literally the art of convincing people of your position. That is what it's for. That's what it was designed for. That is what it's for. Abbie?
Yes.
Open up the shorts chat.
Okay.
They're sending us out to the comment section, into the trenches with no protection, where reason dies and chaos reigns, the shorts chat battlefield where nothing remains. We march into the spam and the bots. The brain rot takes everyone we've got. 15 seconds of absolute hell. This is where good soldiers.
The heck is 07?
We're going to the shorts chat where souls go to die. Moderating madness, saying our last goodbye. Send reinforcements, we won't make it back. Lost.
What?
Can you look at me for a second? Hello.
Under attack.
Okay.
The comments
Someone said your hair was
out
of place.
07 is saluting. Okay. Oh, I see. I see.
Oh, I see it now. That's funny.
order to the storm, but the algorithm doesn't conform. 3-word sentences, no punctuation. This is digital degradation. Now we're going to the shorts chat where souls go to die.
You'll wipe the floor with me one day when you have time. You don't have time today?
Remember,
That's a weird thing to do.
when we don't return, our minds consumed, our spirits burn.
Imagine challenging somebody to a fight. I'll beat the crap out of you one day, but not today.
I think
I don't have time today.
I think they're talking about rally parties, not a fight.
Tell our families we tried our best, but the shorts chat never rests. One more notification.
When you do it, let me know.
One more reply. This is where the moderators die. We went to the shorts chat where souls go to die.
I love this breakdown.
Moderating madness, no one heard our cry.
Good. You don't need to hear me.
Reinforcements, we didn't make it back. Lost in the shorts.
Why are trans men on here? Well, listen, we need a safe place.
Faded to black.
Let's go.
The shorts chat claims another one. The battle's lost before it's begun. Where souls go to die. Goodbye.
Shake GPT, the guy who literally ran the thing, had a great time Saturday. Thank you all for having me as a DM. Here's to many more. Samuel Jackson will make a return. Samuel Jackson was great. All right, folks, we need 20,000 likes on TikTok. I'm probably not going to make you do it, but that's at least what we need. And bare minimum, we need at least, I probably already got it. Oh, yeah, we
Had a
got
great time Saturday. Thank you all for having me as a DM. Here's to many more. Samuel Jackson will return.
The fact that it pronounced that really well.
It did.
Yeah.
Had a blast on the inaugural D&D stream. Was gonna tip Shake for DMing, but he'd just tell me to pay it forward anyways because he's a dog. Props for holding the Stitch voice for 4 hours straight. Buff Samuel Jackson.
Oh, Ohana means family, and family means no one gets left behind.
Speaking of
What?
Samuel Jackson,
Yeah.
the Doomsday trailer dropped apparently.
Huh?
Avengers Doomsday.
Oh, I'll have to watch that later.
Yeah, I didn't watch it yet.
Yeah, we'll watch
I
it
thought
later.
I'd save it with you. watch it.
Probably quiet because Avery, God Logic is on live with the Muslims. Freaking Avery. Avery is becoming my arch nemesis.
Okay, we don't want the Muslims anyway.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, it's true. We don't want the Muslims. He can have them. He can have them. But the Christians that watch are going to watch Avery because he's the GOAT, man, and he's worked for it. He deserves it. We got to get John a PS5. Wolverine looks so good. I like that mentality. Yeah, let's definitely get John a PS5. Mainly for Grand Theft Auto. Samuel Jackson has to return since I spent over $40
Listen,
on him.
y'all.
That's true. That's true.
No spoilers. Let us watch the trailer in peace.
John only has beef with black streamers. Shaking my head.
Nah, you got Jordan.
He's black.
I know, and you don't have beef. So it's fine.
I always got beef with Jordan. Me, that's probably the guy I beef with the most. I don't know what that is. Isn't a PS5 getting rid of all physical games? Yes. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm pretty soon I'm going to start buying all my games from GOG because you own the content when you do.
Thanks for having Arthur tag along too, guys. Had way more fun than I expected. Heart hands emoji.
I thought I'd have a bad time, but I actually had a pretty good time.
Shocking. D&D is a lot of fun. I'm not going to lie. At the start, I'm like, this is awkward as hell. And then it started getting into the groove of it. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I see why this is enjoyable. Because you're just making nonsense.
And John's good at that.
I'm good at nonsense. What's GOG? GOG is CD Projekt Red's sales platform for video games. But unfortunately, they don't have a lot of new games on there. That's the issue. Who's my favorite NBA player if you have to pick?
John wouldn't even.
I've never watched an NBA
Neither
game
of us
in my
would
life.
know who any of them are.
I that's actually true. I've never once watched an entire NBA game ever. I'm in Avery's lives too often. You get it this time. Feel lucky. I do feel lucky. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. John roast me. The reason that you probably have Master Chief as your profile picture is because you just feel horribly incompetent as a man, right? So you try to pick the most manly figure in video games and you're trying to project yourself into that. But the reality is you're just small and frail and fragile. That's probably the case. That's why you'd pick Master Chief, right? You want to be like this tough, gruff man who barely speaks. But the reality is you probably never shut up and you're just small and frail.
Small and frail is wild.
I'm just saying. You didn't grow up during the Jordan era? I'm 35. I'm pretty old, bro. I feel attacked. I wasn't even talking about you. 5'5" max, easy. Yeah, yeah. I had a Master Chief profile picture on Xbox because he looked super cool, but I had no clue what Halo games were. Fair enough. Fair enough. I actually go through that a lot. If I'm ever going to put up a profile picture, or not a profile picture, a wallpaper on my background, I'm like, that's a cool wallpaper, but it's from like a IP that I don't know. I don't use it because I'm like, I feel like I'm a poser, even though I think it's really cool. And that's super silly. Super silly. Or if you're not like the biggest fan of it, you shouldn't put it up in your background.
Did you see Gabe?
No, what do you say?
Can you find it? I want you to read it.
You want me to read it? I can't find it.
You can't find it?
I might not have put the chat on, what do you call it? All chat. I might have kept it on.
Well, he said he used to have Master Chief as his profile picture, and he is small and frail and fragile.
See, I'm right. Okay, hold on. Reveal capture page. No, it's on live chat. Should have popped up. Should have popped up. I guess I just didn't see it. Nope. We're not trying to exit. We're not trying to exit. Last time I played D&D, the DM sucked. Zero prep. I quit and told him to use my character as an NPC. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, you need a DM. A DM is super important. Super important. If you don't got a good DM, I think it's going to be bad for sure. Would I ever do politics? Yes, I actually want to get into politics. But I'm Canadian, so I wouldn't do like political debate. I'd probably do ideological debates. Ideological debates where it's more about like how society behaves and how it operates. So again, like I said, I've been studying ceremony. So there's political, or sorry, rhetoric. There's political, ceremony, and I forget the third one. We've been doing, so it'd be more like debating ceremony. Is what I'd be interested in, because there's just so many ideologues in the world that I just don't like, and I want to engage in that, and I'm just not prepared for it yet. If I walked into that into that arena, I'd probably get smoked. I've done it a few times. That's what I usually do on my raids. When I do a raid, I will raid other people's lives, and I'll usually go into those topics that I wanted to debate because it's more fun and interesting, and usually just ends up with people screaming at me and kicking me out pretty quick. That's what usually happens. You can move to America. You will be happy to move here. It's not me you got to convince. Go ahead. Convince her. Convince her on why we should move. Political, ceremonial, and judicial. Yeah. So it'd be the ceremony that I'd want to focus on. Do I like Dean and Parker? I actually don't mind Dean and Parker as much as everybody else. Everybody else really dislikes them. I don't. I don't dislike them. They're not my favorite. Obviously, we disagree on so many different things, but I don't mind them. I don't mind. I feel like when it comes onto that side, you can get like, honestly, like people like Destiny, pretty gross. Who else? The guy who electrocuted his dog.
Oh.
I mean, people just forgiving him.
Wasn't that a Muslim?
No.
Oh.
No, he wasn't a Muslim.
I thought it was.
But he's like electrocuting his dog for like entertainment, and people just like forgave him. Like it was like a big thing for a while. Everybody's like, "Oh my God, you're such a horrible person." Yeah, Hassan Piker. You're such a horrible person. We're not going to follow you. And now all of a sudden he's making content again, and people are watching and eating it up and just fine with it. Like it's like no problem.
People just move on.
Forgot. Yeah. Oh, he is a Muslim? Okay, well there you go. John, have I ever heard of have I heard of it? Yes. Have I played it? No. Do I even know what it looks like? No. I don't forgive him. No.
No, that's horrible.
No.
He should have him taken away.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. Less capital gains tax is massive benefits. Well, this is something we were talking about in the Discord last night, which you guys should join because I actually hang out in there and I yap with you guys. As we were talking about the taxes that we pay in Canada, the fact that, okay, so right now we've actually finally, and I want to thank you guys for this, we've broken a threshold where we have to register in Canada for what's called HST. You guys want to know what that is? You want to know what the point of registering for HST is? Nothing. All it is the government says you've made enough money. Now you have to pay us 15% more in taxes. Just 15, just off the top, just an extra 15% to give it to us. That's something that we have to do. And so that's going to move our tax rate up to, instead of like, I think we were putting away everything 30% for our taxes. Everything that we make, we put away 30% for our taxes, and that covers our taxes usually at the end of the year. Now we're going to have to put away 45% for our taxes. So everything I make, I get to keep 55% of everything. So when you guys send me $10, right, I get $5.50. Speaking of which,
Abbie is next. She should make a character. Plenty of martial classes to pick one. We should get Dan, he's a nerd. Brief sneak peek into next session, but we may do a heist style, and for October, it will be spooky.
Ooh.
yeah,
Spooky.
we'll see. I'll try to talk her into it. I think Abbie doesn't like thinking of things on the fly.
No, I
Yeah,
don't.
that's the part she doesn't
I don't
like.
enjoy that.
She gets nervous. Yeah, so that's something that we have to do in Canada now. But I'll try to talk her into it. I really want her to play D&D. She's been adamant, like, no, I don't want to.
I'm not snooty.
She's very snooty.
It's
I'm not
not
playing
snooty.
D&D with you nerds. You guys are weirdos. Sitting there and doing imagination and playing. You're grown
That's
men.
not, I don't think it's weird
You
at
guys
all.
are grown men pretending to be wizards. That's weird. Go out and fix a car.
Have you thought about making a website on a link that pops up on stream as well? I would love to cut YouTube out of that deal.
Oh, wait. How would you do that?
No, you can do that. It's not hard. I don't mind paying to YouTube. There's a lot of people. Oh,
Here's your $11.
thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. I don't mind paying to YouTube because YouTube without YouTube, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. And I think you should give to Caesar what is Caesar's at the end of the day. So I think YouTube has a right to take their cut. And they don't take a huge cut as well. It does kind of suck. What I do mind is I mind paying 45% in taxes. That's what I do mind. It makes it really tempting for me to register as a nonprofit. It's a really tempting thing to do because you can register as a nonprofit, pay yourself a salary, separate everything. The problem is that I feel like it's very dishonest, but it is extremely tempting. So sad. You are so rich. You grow a tax bracket. Steak is too juicy. Compliment. You know how much you know how much money you need to make a year to have to pay the different tax bracket? Are you ready? Are you ready for how much you have to make? Actually, put it in the chat. How much do you think you have to make a year as a business before you have to register for HST? Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Your guesses. Thanks for the donation. Appreciate you. That's the beauty of playing a barbarian. It doesn't take much thinking. You rage as a central maniac. Fair enough.
I do
Okay,
rage a lot.
Let's go through the guesses. 125, 100, 50, 1 bajillion, 30, 40, 50, 50, 20, oh wow, it's going so fast. 50, 60, $10, 49. Okay, so the amount of money you have to make a year to go into the tax bracket of 45% is 35,000 Canadian. Abbie, do the math into the American for that. Yeah, so 35K. So let me translate that into Americanese for you guys.
25,000.
Yeah, so that's 25,000 American dollars. So basically, if you're making under 25,000 American dollars, you don't have to pay the HST, but as soon as you make over 25,000 American dollars, then you have to pay the HST, which moves you into the tax bracket of 45% of your wages. Yeah, so you're absolutely right. I'm so rich they had to move me into another tax bracket.
Uh,
It's actually it's like more incentive to get a job somewhere, because like if you get a job and you get paid more than 35,000, you don't pay HST, right? You just pay your normal 30%. So there's incentive for us to actually commit to an LLC now.
oh,
So if we do an LLC, then we'll just pay ourselves a wage, and then we'll just do two different taxes. But at the end of the day, you're still going to be paying the same. It's crazy. It's crazy. How much is it Trudeau's fault? No, that's not Trudeau's fault. That's been a thing for a while. Yeah, we've always paid a lot in taxes in Canada. That's not a new thing. The kind of thing would happen in WOM. You pay 30%. I'm currently paying 30%. I should be paying 45, which I'm going to be doing this year. I just have to register for my HST. So we'll be paying 45%. And luckily for us, we know the people. That was the Canada's equivalent of the IRS. So hopefully, I can slip him $5 and he won't attack me. All right, you're paying a jizya to your Muslim immigrants. Oof. Well, you said a thing. All right, guys, let's start taking guests. If we have any. Enjoyed the D&D session. I just gonna wait and see what you be gonna do with the 10-pound sands in your pocket next session. Abbie, were you awake for that?
no.
So I lit a tent on fire, and I saw like sand in my pocket. I'm like, can I throw the sand on the fire to put it out? But I didn't realize it was a half pound of sand. So I just took a handful of sand out of my pocket and threw it on this huge fire. And so my patron chat started giving me more and more sand and putting it in my pocket.
That's funny.
And now I have 10 pounds of sand in my pocket
Wow.
that I just carry around on me for no reason, even though
In case there's a fire.
Yeah, in case there's a fire. But the crazy thing is I was also in the desert, and I decided to use the sand that was in my pocket, not the sand that's around me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was hilarious. That was a good time. I laughed pretty hard. All right, guys. Queue is open if anybody wants to come up. We had some people up in the queue, but they didn't wait and they just left. So today's topic is convince me to leave Christianity, or I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be? If you can convince me to leave Christianity, I will buy you a taco. We're off to a great start, but I demand $2 jizya, or you must make a DC30 dex save, or take 20. Oh my God,
Whoa.
you freaking nerd. 20D 100 psychic damage, half as much as so basically he's saying, pay me $2 or you're getting attacked, which is literally robbing people. That's literally what you just did. You just threatened them. You say, give him money or I'm going to attack you. 45% of that sand belongs to Canada. And the crazy thing, like, man, like it's not even done at that point. Like we pay the 45%, and then we have to pay, like, again, you go and get groceries, you got to pay taxes, right? We pay taxes on our house, like at the end of the day, man, we get like $5. The money I spent on Camuel was well spent. Question: does the random spitting continue between sessions? That's up to the DM or whatever happens on that situation. The sand was promised to John 3,000 years ago. Yehuda, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Shalom Aleichem. I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How old are you?
Oh yeah, I'm a millennial, so you don't have to worry.
I need an age, bro.
30s.
All right, man. I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
So I'm a Jew, and I don't understand that Jesus fulfilled Messianic prophecies in the Hebrew Bible.
Okay.
So 2 Samuel chapter 7, I think we agree, describes the Davidic covenant in chapter 7, verses 12 through 16. It's 2 Samuel. When it says, when your days are finished, you shall lie with your forefathers. I will raise up your seed that shall proceed from your body after you, and I'll establish his kingdom. He shall build a house for my name. I will establish his throne, the throne of his kingdom forever. I shall be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son. So that when he goes astray, I will chasten him with the rod of men, with the stripes of rod of Adam. But my mercy shall not depart from him, as I withdrew it from Saul. from who I removed from before you, and your house and your kingdom shall be confirmed before you, and your throne shall be established forever. So I think we both agree that this is a core, I think it is the core covenantal promise to David and ultimately the future Messiah regarding the Davidic covenant. Is that something you disagree with, agree with?
What's your point?
I'm trying to establish, like, you asked me why, so I'm trying to establish like a definition of like what is that covenant of the Messiah? Like, what is that?
Yeah,
It's a son of David.
Just
right?
just what's land the plane. What's the argument here?
Well, yeah, I'm establishing that there's an exegetical standard in the Tanakh regarding who the Messiah will be. It will be a Davidic king who will rule at the end of days, who will establish the throne of David forever. So that generic definition we both agree upon. So obviously that didn't happen with what Jesus did. Like,
I don't think that's obvious.
So, for example, Hosea 3 verses 4 and 5 describe, I think we also agree this is a prophecy about the future Messiah. It says, "For the children of Israel shall remain for many days, having neither king, nor prince, nor sacrifice, nor pillar, nor ephod, nor teraphim. And afterwards the children of Israel shall return and seek the Lord their God and David their king. And they shall come trembling to the Lord and do his goodness at the end of days." So are we in agreement that David their king and that verse in Hosea 3 verse 5 refers only to the Messiah, son of David?
I have no clue. What's your argument, bro?
I'm trying to establish what Messianic prophecy is, like what prophecies are exclusive to the Messiah.
Okay.
So
what's your methodology for prophecy?
That's what I'm explaining. We just
it
agreed
doesn't
that
sound like you're giving me a methodology. It sounds like you're pointing at vague prophecies and saying that your interpretation is correct.
What do you disagree with? What I talked about was 2 Samuel chapter 7, verses 12 through 16.
I don't have to agree or disagree. I don't know what you're trying to say here.
I mean, it's hard to discuss this if you're not going to agree or disagree with the exegetical standard.
I don't know what you're saying.
Establishing.
What is your exegetical standard? Where are you getting this methodology? What is your conclusions? You're just kind of vaguely referencing towards these things.
Well, the concept of the Messiah, from what I thought we would be in agreement on this. If we're not, then yeah, it's hard to have a conversation.
Agreement on what?
On what like which prophecies are exclusive to the Messiah, son of David, and no one else. So I'm trying to establish
how do we determine which one's exclusive to the Messiah?
Based on the Davidic covenant that I thought we would agree upon. But if you don't agree, then yeah, it's going to be very difficult to have a conversation.
Me asking you questions is not disagreeing with you. I'm asking you to substantiate what you're saying.
So how do you determine whether or not a prophecy is exclusively speaking about the Messiah, son of David, and no one else?
I'm asking you for like a methodology and prophecy.
That's what I'm doing. So I established the covenant.
You're not giving me a methodology. You're just pointing at the prophecies, giving me a vague reference of what you think it means.
I mean, if you disagree, you can tell me. Like, that's an option. But if
are
you're not
you
going to tell me,
are you going to give me a methodology or no?
Well, it's a covenant, right? What is the Messiah? It's a covenant with David and his descendant, right? Ultimately, that will establish his kingdom forever. If you disagree, you can tell me. That's an option.
I know I can. I'm perfectly capable of making my own decisions. You don't have to tell me what I can and cannot do. But what is your methodology?
Like I just told you. So do you disagree with that methodology?
What is? I don't know what to disagree with. I don't know what the methodology is.
So in 2 Samuel, we can do it again if you like.
That's not a methodology. So that's data.
Well, it's the idea of the covenant, right? Where did the idea of the Messiah come from? Do you disagree that it's not a covenant that was made with David and
Stop asking me if I disagree. I don't know what to disagree to. I don't know what you're talking about.
Isn't that the concept where the Messiah comes from the Hebrew Bible?
Well, Messiah just means anointed. I'm pretty sure the idea of anointed has existed for a long time.
Correct. No, so I'll clarify terminology. What I mean by who we both understand to be the future Davidic king, or the Davidic king who will rule over the world ultimately at the end of days. Like, I'm trying to establish a covenant, like a mutual understanding between us based on the Hebrew Bible.
But what is the system that you use to establish the covenant?
Well, the idea that the scripture says, right? It says that there will be a king that will be established through David's lineage, ultimately that will rule at the end of days. So I'm using based on what we see in Second Samuel.
That's not a
chapter 7,
methodology.
verses.
That's an understanding of the text. It just says there will be a king, and that's it's a very straightforward interpretation. I don't disagree with it, but yeah, there will be a king that's going to rule over the last days. But I'm talking about prophecy. Like, how do you for example, do you accept typology?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with typology. No.
Okay, so that'd be like a form of prophecy. Do you accept conditional prophecy?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a form of prophecy. So what kind of methodology are we using here to determine this prophetic standard?
So I don't have a problem with either of those. So,
well,
like for example, if you look at the,
we already established you didn't have a problem with it. I'm asking, what is the methodology we're looking at here?
Right, I'm trying to establish how to hyper specifically find prophecies that are exclusively speaking about the Messiah, son of David, based on our both mutually understood criteria.
What kind of prophecies? What kind of prophecies are we looking at? Are we looking at conditional? Are we looking at typology? Are we looking at future? Are we what are we doing?
Well, future, sure, yeah. So I brought you to Hosea 3 verses 4 and 5 because it talks about a Davidic king who will rule at the end of days. That was the purpose of me. I'm trying to use the exegetical standard of, okay, so we have this covenant that was made with David and his future descendants, right? Solomon, for example, in the immediate context, this is where typology could come into play because you could argue that that's speaking about King Solomon because it says he will build a house for me. So Solomon did do that. But typologically, you could also say, well, the Messiah will also do that. So I don't have a problem, for example, with that covenant. Described. So, you understand where I'm coming from?
I'm just trying to move forward now at this point. Okay, so we agree that the Davidic king will rule at the end of days.
Yeah, and that's the generic understanding from this covenant that we get in 2 Samuel chapter 7, verses 12 through 16. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to look for other prophecies that reflect that hyper specifically isolate that. So you go to Hosea 3 verses 4 and 5. It says that the children of Israel shall remain for many days, having neither king nor prince, nor sacrifice, nor pillar, nor ephod, nor teraphim. And afterwards, the children of Israel shall return and seek the Lord their God and David their king, and they shall come trembling to the Lord and to his goodness at the end of days.
Okay.
So David their king there, based off what we already established, the definition of the future Messiah will be a Davidic king who will rule on the throne of David forever, right, in the future. This prophecy would, when it says David their king, are we in agreement that that refers to the future Messiah, son of David?
Don't ask me what I agree with if I don't know what conclusions you're drawing. What are you just give me your argument, the conclusion? What are we talking about here?
So I'm trying to establish mutually agreed upon
I know what
criteria.
you're trying to establish, but okay, so you're bringing up Hosea. What are you saying about Hosea?
Well, I'm asking you if you agree with me that David
just
their
tell
king
me what you
verse,
mean. Don't just tell me what you mean. You don't need to know what I think to make an argument.
Well, I already told.
Don't worry about it. I will interject when I feel like I should disagree or say something. Don't worry about it.
So
I'm an adult. I know how to do that.
Sure. Yeah. Just for clarification, but David their king, from my understanding, and if you disagree, you can tell me, that refers only to the Messiah, son of David. And
you just did it again. I just asked you to stop asking me what I think about it. Just give me your argument. And you just did it again. Okay. What is Hosea 3 trying to tell us?
Well, it says that Israel will not have a king or sacrifice or a prince for many days in Hosea 3:4. And then it says, afterwards, the children of Israel shall return to the Lord their God and David their king. So I'm saying, and it says, they shall come trembling to the Lord and to his goodness at the end of days. So that David their king in that verse, I understand that to refer to the Messiah, son of David, and no one else based off of that covenant that we described earlier in 2 Samuel chapter 7, verses 12 through 16, which says that the Messiah ultimately will be a Davidic king who will rule eternally.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to do is see if we're in agreement on
exactly the way they wanted. EA having two comings, kicking out the Romans, SMH.
Okay, so here's a promise. If you ask me if I agree again, I'm going to move on because you're not respecting when I say, please stop asking me that. So you haven't drawn any conclusion here.
So, okay, so the person speaking there, I think, is understanding what I'm saying.
Don't worry
This
about
verse
that.
is-
Don't worry about that. Anyway.
So this, am I allowed to interact with anything? So these verses, right, are
What do you mean, are you
describing
allowed
the
to
timeline.
I've literally been begging you to just do that.
These describe the timeline of the Messiah coming, and I can give you more examples of this. The Messiah will come at the end of days, not before the destruction of the second temple. That is part of the argument. God, the Lord their God, and David their king are mentioned separately from each other. It does not say David their God. So there's no reason to assume divinity of the Messiah. Now, those are the two criteria that I'm setting out. The timeline of the Messiah coming at the end of days, and secondarily, I'd rather not get into a whole, it's more important that we focus on the timeline of the Messiah to me than it is to focus on the other part, but I'm sure we'll end up down that rabbit hole if we stay on here for long. But what's most important is establishing that it doesn't say you will have a king that will come before the destruction of the second temple. You're going to miss him, and then later you're going to walk with your tail between your legs and be like, oh, we should have known all along. Sorry?
It's a verbatim fallacy.
What?
Yeah, you're saying it doesn't say this exact specific thing, so therefore that standard was never meant to be met.
No, so
never meant to be met.
So here's what my argument is in a nutshell. I can show you other passages which refer to
Don't
a
tell me what you
Davidic
can
king
do.
ruling.
Just do the argument, man.
If you go to Jeremiah chapter 30, for example, it says almost the exact same phraseology is used, and the timeline is the same. It doesn't say.
So more vague references. So far, the only criterion we got is David will rule, or the Davidic king will rule at the end of days. Israel will not have a king and will not do sacrifices. These are the two standards that you've given me so far, and I don't see how
will not have a sacrifice. That's important. It's not will not do sacrifices. Remember, you claim Jesus is your king. You claim Jesus is your sacrifice. Hosea 3 verses 4 and 5 indicate that prior to the coming of this Davidic king, Israel will not have a sacrifice and will not have a king. So if you claim Jesus is your king, then that would contradict. That would contradict Hosea 3 verses 4 and 5, among other places.
How?
Because you claim you have a king and you have a sacrifice, when it says Israel will not have a king and will not have a sacrifice up until the future revelation of the Messiah.
Let's go read it and see if there's a direct contradiction. Okay. Hosea 3 verses 4 and 5?
Yeah.
The Lord said to me, go again, love a woman who is loved by her husband, yet is committing adultery, as the Lord loves the sons of Israel. Through they turn to other gods and love raisin cakes. Wow. So I purchased her for myself for 15 shekels of silver, and a homer and a lethech of barley. Then I said to her, you shall live with me for many days. You shall not play the prostitute, nor shall you have another man, so I will be toward you. For the sons of Israel will live for many days without a king or a leader, without sacrifice or memorial stone, and without ephod or household idols. Afterwards, the sons of Israel return and seek the Lord their God, the Davidic king, and will come trembling to the Lord and to his goodness in the last days. Yeah, I don't see anything here that excludes Jesus.
Well, if you claim that Jesus is your king now, and it says before the coming of this Davidic king at the end of days. Sorry?
Does Israel claim Jesus as a king?
Does Israel claim it?
Yeah, because as far as I know, Jesus, according to the wedding feast, says that Israel will be disregarded.
I'm talking about the Hebrew Bible. Remember, I'm a Jew. I'm not really concerned with what. So circular reasoning, fine. If you want to say something about a wedding feast.
How's that circular reasoning? We're trying to determine if the hold on, it's not circular reasoning. If we're trying to determine if the character in the Christian Bible is the Messiah, do I not have to reference what the character in the Christian Bible did?
You can reference it, but it's not consistent with what Hosea 3 verses 4 and 5 say.
Then where's the contradiction?
Because you claim Jesus is your king and Jesus is your sacrifice. It says Israel won't have a sacrifice and won't have a king.
Again, am I an Israelite?
I am.
Congratulations. Do you claim Jesus as your king?
No.
Damn, point proven.
Well, because your New Testament says something about a wedding feast, how is that proving the point? It's circular reasoning. You already assume that Jesus is the Messiah without.
How am I assuming that?
Without-
That makes. How am I assuming? How's that circular reasoning? How am I assuming he's the Messiah first?
Because you're saying, well, there must be two comings. You're already assuming that this
I
is
never
like
even
some
made a
sort
claim
of.
of two comings. What are you talking about?
One of the commenters did. Okay, fine.
Good
so
for
you
them.
don't believe that.
I never said
Okay,
I didn't
fine.
believe
So you-
that.
Okay, well, if you're not going to have a good faith conversation,
Bro,
Oh wow,
bro,
yeah,
you-
yeah, wow.
stop-
You literally put
Stop
words in my
whining,
mouth. Hold on,
man.
you put words in my mouth, and then I told you, hey, you're putting words in my mouth, and you're like, oh, you're not being good faith. What?
So what is your position then? Do you not believe in two comings then?
Why is that relevant?
You don't get to play chess without your king.
What are you talking about?
Are you?
You're the
are we
one.
just
You're
gonna
the
talk
one.
About,
What is the topic here? Is the topic for me to convince you if there's going to be
you
a
claim
second
that
coming?
Jesus is your
Or is
Messiah, but you won't tell me what
or
your
is the
theology
topic,
is.
the topic here, I'm a Christian and you are supposed to convince me why I ought not be?
And he's been
So if you're a Christian,
violent.
why are you asking me about my positions without disclosing yours?
Because you're making the argument. You're arguing the affirmative. That's why.
So that means you're not allowed to defend your position. And
That's
when
correct.
I ask you questions about Jesus, you're not able to.
Yeah, that's literally how argumentation works, right? The person who argues the
Okay,
affirmative.
so you get to
Let me
make.
explain. Hold on. Let me explain. Like basic argumentation here. The person who argues the affirmative is the person who has to make the case. The person who argues the negative doesn't have to make a case. They just have to point holes in your case. That is how argument works.
That's not a good faith conversation. But
That's
if you don't want to
literally
defend your
how
king,
debate works. That is how debate is. What are you
debate works
talking
where
about?
you would have to defend your case as well. I don't have to.
That's
go
not
on the
how debate
defensive
works.
the entire time.
Have you ever read a book on debate?
In a debate, I've done moderated debates with Christians.
Well, then, my friend, you're
dismantled their
probably really
theology,
bad at
and
it.
we went God Logic. You know God Logic. He
Yeah, I sure
moderated
do.
a debate with me, and there was one. You ever heard of a cross examination?
I'm
one
familiar with the
person-
cross-examination, yeah.
Exactly. So one person has an opportunity to ask about the other person's position. When you're sitting cushy on
Yeah.
a panel here and you have a mute button to kick me
Dude,
off whenever
I
you
never
feel
muted
have
uncomfortable.
you
you.
been muted?
Sure, okay.
You're so whiny, man. Stop
I
whining.
haven't even muted you, bro.
I
You're
know
just
you
a whiny
haven't,
little
but I'm
baby.
saying you threatened to kick me off like earlier. So if
Yeah,
you want to,
I said you want. I said you don't want to engage.
have a
You weren't
conversation and
making an
defend your
argument,
position,
and you're
that's
wasting
fine.
our time.
Yeah, I threatened to kick you off
Do you
because I
want
said
to have a good faith
hold on.
conversation or
Hold
just
on, hold on.
kick me off when you
Hold
feel
on, hold on,
uncomfortable and you
hold
can't
on.
defend your
Gaslighting.
position?
Hold on, Linda. Hold on, Linda. I threatened to kick you off because I set a standard that you refuse to uphold.
I didn't know they taught how to burden shift in the Talmud.
So
yeah.
you're not trying to defend your position at
so-
all.
correct. Yeah,
No, that's
correct. I'm not defending my
not what we're
position.
doing
100%.
Okay. So when I ask you about whether or not Jesus fulfilled a prophecy, you just get to sit here and go, I don't know if he did.
Yeah, I could do that.
So that's not a good faith discussion. If you're not
It
going
literally,
to
it
defend
literally
your
is the
position
best
and just
faith
say,
because I'm arguing the negative.
no,
It means it's actually the best faith because it means I'm actually sticking to the prompt and you're not.
it's not the best faith because in the Tanakh, there's nowhere where Jesus is declared the Messiah. Exact word fallacy.
Okay.
Ooh. No, come
Okay,
on, man. Let's have a
fine.
real
Fine.
comment. Let's have a real debate about this.
Prove to me that Jesus was never declared as the Messiah in the Tanakh.
In the
Go
Hebrew
ahead.
Bible, nobody
Yeah.
worshiped Jesus in the Hebrew Bible.
That wouldn't make any sense if they did.
Could you show me in the Tanakh where Abraham said Jesus is his Lord and Savior?
He never said that. Verbatim fallacy again.
Okay, where did he have any belief in Jesus at all?
Again, I don't know if he did or didn't.
Okay, so then why would you claim that Christianity is true if you don't even know if he did or didn't?
Why does he have to believe in the person of Jesus for Christianity to be true?
Because didn't Jesus say before Abraham was I am?
Uh-huh.
And didn't he say Abraham didn't try to kill me?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you not believe that Jesus met with Abraham?
Yeah. How did Abraham know that he was the third person of the Trinity? How am I supposed to know?
I didn't ask that. I asked, did he know Jesus?
In what way? In what sense? See, now he's done it, guys. He wants me to argue the affirmative because he doesn't have an argument.
I want you to defend your position because you're a
Right,
Christian.
but
I'm
did you know
Jew.
the topic is I'm
Which
a
is not
Christian,
the
why I
topic.
ought not be, right? You're supposed to convince me to leave it.
Yes.
I'm not trying to
so
convince you
why
to be
aren't
a
you
Christian.
defending your position?
What? That literally makes no sense.
Again,
Are you arguing like an atheist? Like, what is your... So
are we just going to argue
ultimately,
meta,
what
or do
we
you
have-
have an argument?
the argument is that Jesus didn't fulfill the Messianic prophecies in the Hebrew Bible.
Okay, prove it.
He did. We just showed you Hosea 3 verses 4 and 5. Where did he fulfill that?
What in Isaiah 3 verses 3 and 5 exclude Jesus?
It says that we will not have a king and not have a sacrifice before the future Messianic era.
Yeah, Israel won't.
So if
right?
you claim Jesus is your king and Jesus is your sacrifice, then
Am I
you contradict Hosea 3 verses 4 and
we're
5.
going full circle here. Am I an Israelite?
Okay. I understand what you're getting at. Okay, fine. So let me ask you this question. Do you believe that Jesus fulfilled the new covenant of Jeremiah 31?
Just make an argument, bro.
Okay. Jesus failed to fulfill the new covenant of Jeremiah chapter 31. Let's use this as the standard, right? Because you don't like that one. So we'll go with this one.
Wow, that's such a cop out. You don't like that one. You can't explain it, so you just kind of cop out and like throw out these snide remarks. All you've argued so far is like me, and you haven't made an argument for your thing. Jeremiah what?
Chapter 30 verses 31 verses I guess 31 if you want to let me put up the
Jeremiah 31:31.
Yeah. Okay. So Jesus did not fulfill any of this.
One sec.
Which rabbi taught how to do red herring, burden shift, word concept fallacy, ad hominem, and begging the question fallacy in the Talmud? Thanks
Damn
for the
it.
fallacy bingo.
That guy's pretty smart.
So-
All right. So
So
Jeremiah
let's go
31,
to
31
Jeremiah chapter
says,
31. Yeah.
Behold, days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah. Not like the covenant which I made with their fathers on the day of them that had bring out of the land of Egypt, my covenant which they broke, although I was a husband to them, declares the Lord.
Keep going.
Okay. For this is the covenant which I'll make with the house of Israel after those days, declares the Lord. I will put my law within them and write it on their heart, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. They will not teach again each other, one as his neighbor, each one in his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for they will know me from the least of them to the greatest of them, declares the Lord. For I will forgive their wrongdoing and their sin, and I will no longer remember.
All right. So Jesus didn't fulfill any of this.
How?
How? Well, for one thing, it says, I will make a new covenant with the people of Israel and the people of Judah. Are you Israel and are you Judah?
Jesus literally said to the Israel people, I will make a new covenant. This is my covenant. And
But
then
you're
he gave
not
our
Israel.
commandments.
Didn't you just tell
Correct.
me that you're not Israel?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so this isn't with you. This new covenant is with me, not you.
That's correct.
So it hasn't happened yet. Jesus didn't fulfill it.
He literally did. What are you talking about? He looked to the Israelite people and said, this is my covenant, and then gave new commandments.
Because it says, no longer will they teach their neighbor to say to one another, know the Lord, for they will all know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them.
Yeah.
So obviously you're claiming, does all of Israel, my people, the Jews, does all of Israel know the Lord today?
No, not yet.
Exactly. So he didn't fulfill it. Thank
Again,
you for
how?
proving my point. Jesus did not fulfill the new covenant of Jeremiah, because under the covenant of Jeremiah, right, the new covenant, we won't have to teach each other to know the Lord.
Yeah, which is what happened. Have you read
So
the New Testament?
Does all of Israel know the Lord?
It takes time.
You just told me they don't.
Takes time.
So he didn't fulfill it. Thank you. Thank you for proving my point. Jesus did not fulfill the new covenant of Jeremiah 31. Thank you.
So your argument is this: he's fulfilling the covenant. So therefore, he hasn't fulfilled the covenant. So therefore, he's not the Messiah.
I didn't say he's fulfilling it. I
Well,
said he didn't fulfill
that
it.
was my argument.
How come now you're making an argument? Before you didn't want to make an argument. Now all of a sudden you want to put your,
So you just want to keep
go in the
arguing
ring and-
Oh my
meta?
gosh, man.
which part of the new covenant did Jesus fulfill?
What? Now you're
And how
shifting
can
to
you
a
prove it
different.
to
Now
me?
you're shifting to a different topic.
No, it's the same topic. I just brought up the new covenant
You
of
brought
Jeremiah
up a
31.
different point.
Which part
So
of it did he fulfill?
Jeremiah 31:31, right? Jesus literally
Yeah.
says, I give you guys a new covenant which is fulfilling that. He gives them the Holy Spirit, which is them having the law upon their hearts and not having to preach it to one another to follow the law, which is the aspect of that. And part of the Christian theology is Jesus will return when all of Israel is ready to accept him.
But you're acknowledging that this prophecy of the new covenant is not with Gentiles. It's only with Judah and Israel.
Yeah, that's
you
fine.
said that. Okay, great. I'm glad that we can agree with that. So it hasn't been fulfilled yet.
Again, so hold on. So let me give you like a reductio here. You know how there's a prophecy that Jesus will ride in on it, or sorry, not Jesus, the Messiah will ride in on Jerusalem on an ass?
Right.
Well, for one, that ass was probably you. No, I'm just joking. Okay, so are you stating that when Jesus sits on the donkey, if he is the Messiah, when he sits on the donkey, well, hasn't entered into Jerusalem, he's like outside of Jerusalem on the donkey, right? You're going to say, well, he's not the Messiah, he hasn't fulfilled the prophecy yet, even though he's currently like about to walk through the door?
Well, that would be a lot more tangibly easy to demonstrate. Can you answer the question? The idea here is that with the new covenant of Jeremiah, the only tangible part that you can prove.
Please don't run. Can you answer the question?
No, I said that in the context of that, there is a physical entity.
Can
right?
you answer?
If you want to take it hyper literally and say that it's literally walking or riding on a donkey, can
you answer the question without doing like this whole like big spiel?
I just said if we take this hyper literally and it's going to be a literal donkey, somebody riding on a donkey.
You think the Messiah riding on a donkey is metaphorical?
I mean, do you think Isaiah 53 is hyper literal?
So you're going to answer my question with a question?
Do you think the third temple is
you're going to answer my question with a question?
Completely
you're going to answer my question with a question?
To be honest, I don't know for sure. It could be hyper literal. It could be figurative.
All right. So
I don't believe it's been fulfilled yet. Personally.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So then Jeremiah 31:31 is just metaphor.
So how do you prove that it's been fulfilled?
Oh, we don't.
It says no longer will you have to teach each other to know the Lord, from the least and the greatest of them. So how do you prove it?
Yeah, simply with the reportings from Luke in Acts about how they received the Holy Spirit.
Circular reasoning. Thank you. Okay.
That's not circular reasoning. Do you know give me the definition of circular reasoning, please?
If you're asserting your premise without, your conclusion is already made before you even provide evidence for it, you've already asserted your conclusion.
No. Circular reasoning is when you use your conclusion inside your premise. So it'd be circular reasoning if I said this would be
you
circular.
Understand what I was saying?
No. This is circular reasoning.
If we want to get into pedantic arguments
I'm going to teach you the basics in philosophy and fallacies. So
why do all of you talk like this? So you'll get in these like.
You should probably start. If we all talk like this, you should probably start listening, right? It'd be circular reasoning if I said that Jesus is the Messiah because he says he's the Messiah. That'd be circular reasoning.
That's ultimately what you're saying. The new covenant is fulfilled because Jesus claimed he fulfilled it, but you're not respecting what the new covenant actually says.
It's also not what I said. You asked me, how do I know?
It says under the new covenant, all of Israel and Judah will know the Lord. Notice that wasn't even the greatest of us.
Notice not even remotely close to what I said. So we're talking about Jeremiah. You're like, how can I prove that they will know the Lord and the law will be written on their hearts? And I said, through the historical reporting of Luke in Acts, where he recorded them getting the Holy Spirit. That's not circular.
So all of Israel and Judah at that time received the Holy Spirit, every single one of them.
No, not every single one.
So you're admitting he didn't fulfill it.
Again, you're going back to the donkey outside of the gate, right? If he hadn't walked through the gate yet, are you going to say he's not the Messiah because he hasn't walked through the gate yet?
How do you quantify whether or not somebody has the Holy Spirit? How do you know that I don't have the Holy Spirit?
I don't.
Exactly. So you can't quantify it. So what you're saying in Luke is... And it's just it's circular for that reason. You're saying, well, he said it, so that means that we have it, even though you can't prove it.
This is so silly.
If you can't prove whether or not somebody has the Holy Spirit, why are you using that as your metric?
Yeah,
because somebody said they have the Holy Spirit.
Do you want the answer, or do you just want to yap? Do you want to answer, or you just want to yap? You tell me when you're done yapping, and I'll answer.
You already answered. You said you can't tell.
He literally didn't.
I never said I could tell.
You said you can't tell if I have the Holy Spirit, so you admitted it's not a standard that you can measure.
That's also not what I said.
So how do you measure the Holy Spirit? How can you quantifiably tell whether or not somebody has the Holy Spirit?
Yeah,
Empirically.
I don't need to. That's a category error.
Once again, I don't know who is teaching these apologists
Bro,
to
you didn't even know.
abuse
You
the
don't even know what
context of
circular
these.
reasoning is. Calm down. You think you're really smart,
Dude,
but this is embarrassing.
Are we going to respect the text, or are we just going to say category error every time you don't like what I have to say about what the scripture actually says?
I said it once. So yeah, it's a
No,
category. It's
what
a
I'm saying
category
is it's
error.
just like, it's silly. Like,
Yeah.
all of you like use these, like, I don't know, you took a philosophy 101 course and you think that you know how to apply all of these terms.
Maybe you should take a
don't.
philosophy 101 course. You ever
My
consider
point
that?
is that he didn't fulfill any of the new covenant of Jeremiah 31, and you are admitting to me that you can't tell whether or not somebody has the Holy Spirit.
That's correct.
So why
I
are
cannot
you
tell
saying
if
he
somebody
fulfilled
has the
it when
Holy
you
Spirit.
don't even have a quantifiable criterion to determine that?
Because again, that's a category error.
You can say things and that doesn't make them true.
Well, you won't let me explain because you keep doing this little like cope, giggle, laugh, and then you just keep yapping. So you let me know when you're done, and I'll explain.
The truth, you have to say category error, exact word fallacy. You, like, use these appropriately, and maybe I can respect your opinion.
Because you're uncomfortable. I'm so scary. You're uncomfortable. Why don't you just talk like a normal person?
I'd love to, but when every time I make an argument that you can't refute, and you just say category error, as though that, like,
you're not that scary.
solves the problem.
How many times did I say category error?
Once.
You seem to be saying it quite a lot now. So,
dude, are you serious?
How many subjects?
If you're going to act like a pedantic,
how many subjects?
Person, then great.
Linda.
I'm going to do the same thing back to you.
Hold on, Linda. How many
I'll
subjects?
meet your energy.
Hold on, my energy. Anyways, how many subjects towards you did I claim category error?
You're not cooking at all, caller. Go back and watch Mortovius Singer. Maybe people use the same arguments against you because your reasoning
Maybe check out my channel.
You're actively making
check out my channel
yourself
where I debunk
conduct, bro.
Christians.
Oh yeah.
Like it is my job. Yehuda Yisrael, check me out.
Dude,
I do this all the time.
You literally have like the Reddit atheist laugh.
It does.
Cool, great. Get me a fedora while you're at it. Ad hominem. I said ad hominem, so that makes me right. Like,
all right, he's gone.
You'll have to.
Anyways, for those, somebody did ask in the chat. Well, he was the only one in the queue. Somebody asked in the chat what a category error is. A category error is when somebody brings up like a point in a specific topic. And what I was trying to do is I was trying to confirm the historic reportage model of Luke, and in which he tried to give me, hey, what is your criterion to determining the Holy Spirit? I don't need to have a criterion to determine the Holy Spirit. All I have to do is confirm that Luke is giving honest and truthful information and that he can confirm the Holy Spirit. That's why it's a category error, because you're asking me to do something that's irrelevant to the topic.
That was unbelievably cringe.
The guy was like really like, I guarantee you, he says "milady." Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm well, thanks. Almost.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm well. I'm 38 years old.
All right, man. It's very hard to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Same thing.
Yeah, hold on. Is that better?
It's a little bit better. We can deal with it. All right, man. I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
Great. Can I ask a clarifying question?
If it's relevant, sure.
Sure. What is a Christian?
Yeah. So a Christian is just somebody who is going to align with Christ as God.
Okay, so Christ is God, and what makes Christ God?
Yeah, I don't need to answer that.
Well, how am I supposed to convince you not to be a Christian if I don't understand what your claim is in the first place?
I just made the claim, right? What a Christian is. So all you have to do now is give me an argument against it.
Well, I'm ignorant to the idea of Christ as God, so I wouldn't be able to understand.
Well, then when you go get a little bit more study and education, come back and present an argument.
Well, wouldn't you need to be able to demonstrate Christ as God or something like that?
Yeah, I would if I was arguing the affirmative. But I'm not. I'm
You
arguing the
are. You're
negative.
saying I'm a Christian. That's a positive statement.
That's a positive statement of
saying
what
that you're
I
a Christian.
am, not the subject. The subject is why ought I not be a Christian?
So if I'm supposed to convince you not to be something, how can I do that if I don't understand what your positive claim is?
Well, then I suggest you go read a book. But I appreciate your time. If you can't make an argument, you want to try again?
Yeah, I'm asking you. You're making a positive claim. I am. That is a.
God bless you. Appreciate you. Everybody wants to argue the meta. The topic today, guys, if you don't click up, if you're not going to do it, the topic today is I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be? That's the claim here. So I'm arguing the negative, right? I'm assuming my position is true, and I'm asking you to debunk it. Oh, yeah. People are saying running. I was so scared of that argumentation there. Wow. It's not like I've been arguing that topic for 5 years. Hold on. Let me play the song. Where is it? I got to memorize where these are. Toss coin, trolls, talk about wife, tell somebody. Yeah, here it is.
Someone opened up their mouth today.
He's running, you see.
Just had a little something to say.
He's running, you see.
Not a fist, not.
And people are so new here, they don't realize that I've literally had entire formal debates where I've tried to prove that Christianity is true, taking the affirmative. But that's all people want to do. They just want to say, I'm right until you prove me wrong. So I'll do the same thing. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Oh, I'm doing good, man. I'm 26 years old, man. How you doing?
I'm good, man. So I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
No, you should definitely be a Christian. I don't want to waste your time. Could you please say a prayer for chat, please, man, including myself as well?
I already prayed.
We pray.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I missed that, man. I'm sorry. I won't take up any more of your.
Appreciate you.
And at the end.
Yeah, I already prayed for
pray
the chat at the start.
Pray for everybody at the end.
Oh, and that person didn't want to come up. Mrs. Steele.
Yes.
Would you be so kind to give me another cup of coffee?
I need a snack.
Maybe like a half cup. I don't think I need a full cup of that.
Okay. Oops.
Do I take chat questions? I will answer questions in the chat if I want to. But no, I don't want you coming up to just ask questions. I want people to come up who are willing to engage in the topic. And again, the topic is I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be? So far, we've just kind of had people try to change the topic. It's usually what happens. Like you said a topic and people will automatically always try to argue something different or a different topic. Also, you see you got those line indents in my face? It's from my sleep mask. I must have been wearing it really tight. Denton answering that, you take a check. What? John ran all the way to Bollywood and debunked every Muslim he saw, and then he ran all the way back to Canada, Canadian stormtroopers base. Will you answer this chat question? Oh, I don't know what it was. What do I think about Orthodox Christianity? I think Orthodox Christianity is a beautiful sect. It has probably one of the strongest claims to being the original church. And it has a lot of great foundations, a lot of great principles. Unfortunately, it has produced some of the most biggest douchebags that have ever existed. That is just the reality of it. Matthew Newby. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 50. This is my first time that I'm trying to debate, so be gentle.
All right. All right. He's a virgin. All right, guys. All right, man. I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
Okay. My objection would be that Christians are actually doing or practicing idolatry and not following the law of God.
Okay, make the argument.
That's why you should not be a Christian.
Okay, make the argument.
Okay. Christ said in Matthew 5:17-21 that he did not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill the law.
Correct.
And everyone that obey the law and teaches others to obey the law.
Well, what does that have to do with idolatry?
Okay, so 1 Corinthians 10 verse 1. Let me just get there. 1
So
Corinthians.
just to be clear, you're bringing in Corinthians, so you trust Paul?
Yes.
You think Paul is a trustworthy source?
Well, Paul, absolutely.
Okay. I just want to confirm that. Keep going.
Yeah. Paul actually confirms that by faith we establish the law. So even the interpretation that modern Christians have, that he said that because by faith we are not under the law, is a reason.
Hold on, I wrote it down. The topic that you wanted to go into is Christians are doing idolatry. What does that have to do with the law?
Okay, so the law prohibits idolatry. Firstly, secondly, if you look at 1 Corinthians 10 verse 1 all the way down to verse 22, it talks about how the Israelites are an example to us as well, to Christians, not to fall
You're a
into
Christian?
the trap of idolatry. Eh?
You're a Christian?
Not in the modern sense. No, I do not accept the gospel.
Are you just here to try to convince me to be Torah observant? Because I'm not going to do that debate.
Well, modern Christianity is idolatry.
Okay, but are you trying to convince me to just be Torah observant? Because I'm not going to do that debate.
Okay, but that's why I say you should not be a Christian.
Are you here to convince me to be Torah observant?
I don't know if that's what you. No, I'm not here to convince you to be Torah observant. I'm here to convince you that the Christianity that you are following at the moment is a lie.
So there is okay. Then do it without talking about the Torah.
Okay, but the whole purpose of being a Christian isn't that to follow Christ and the teachings of Christ?
Okay.
And I'm saying,
are you trying to convince me of Torah? Because Paul makes a commandment to us: do not argue about the law or silly genealogies, because it is fruitless.
Yeah, silly genealogies. He's not saying
also the law. It says do not argue about the law. Do you want to argue about the law?
Where does he say that you?
Titus 3:9. It says, but avoid foolish controversies, genealogies, arguments, and quarrels about the law, because these things are pointless and worthless.
Okay, so what do you? 3:9. Okay, so what then about? Okay, so you say that if you have conflicts about the law, so that means that he still adhere to the law.
So you're just hold on. You wanna disobey Paul right now?
Christ is YHWH.
No, I'm asking
he
you.
Proved it when
How
he
do you
rose
interpret
from
that?
the dead and by his other mighty works. Paul died for that belief, and that the law doesn't justify a man before God, but faith does, which produces works.
Okay, so again, are you disobeying Paul? Do you want to argue about the law?
No. What's your interpretation of that verse? Because
that we should not argue about the law.
Strife or conflicts about the law.
But avoid foolish controversies, genealogies, arguments, and quarrels about the law, because these things are pointless and worthless.
Okay, what version do you have, or translation?
Doesn't matter which translation. We can read it in the Greek if you want.
Okay. Controversies. Seeking. Okay, so what does it say here? It says here that when he talks about controversies, or this, I don't know what that is, Dietias. It says here that it's to seek, inquire, or question, debate the law.
Right.
You should not debate the law.
Based. So let's not do
A
it.
subject of questioning, a subject or
Seeing as how you know.
Observers are just people
Hold
who
on,
prefer
hold
the
on.
OT to the NT but believe Jesus is Messiah, so they don't actually know the NT because they actively dislike it.
It's a common thing. Yeah. Yeah. So again, this will be
Okay.
the last opportunity. I'll allow you to continue the debate. The topic is not Torah. So we're not, and we just showed you a commandment to not debate genealogies or the law. So we're not going to do that. So do you want to argue something different?
I need to do my homework. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Yeah. All right. I'll speak to you again. Thank you
God
for
bless,
this.
man. Thanks for being a nice guy.
All right. Okay, cheers.
What was his deal?
He wanted to convince me to be Torah observant.
Oh. I just needed a timestamp.
Mm-hmm. What Bible do I use? Whatever one opens up when I click the link. This person's name has never felt more real to me. His name is I am too handsome for this. I am way too handsome for this. I'm honestly so pretty that I shouldn't have to work or do anything. I should just be able to stand on stage and people throw money at me. But here we are.
That's kind of what you do.
But not for being pretty. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, what's going on? I'm 27.
Bro.
Ooh.
Hey, what's going on? I'm 27, bro. Yeah, I'm 27.
Mute me in the background, man.
Yeah, hear me now?
Hearing you is not the issue. The problem is I can hear myself and you and,
yeah,
and
I had a
myself
phone
again.
call, so it was like 2 different calls. I had to like push back, and then I was like, "Can you hear me? Okay?"
Yeah, I can hear you fine. All right, man. I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
Like, can you hear me? Okay?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
Well, he's still listening to you.
Well, are you a Trinitarian or Unitarian? Can you hear me? Okay?
All right, there's still the feedback. We tried. Okay, let's get some soups done. We got all these. We got all these. Shaking my head, trying to eternally critique Mr. Shelby. What?
That's Shelby.
Oh. What's up, bro? I'm JJ Moneybads in Discord. This is my YT. I was the caller that mentioned Shakespeare. I'm working on a paper. Why didn't you use any spaces? Will return to Discord to drop when this is ready. This paper will describe my problem with the internal critique on Christianity and my problem with some Christians philos. Okie doke. I guess the 12 apostles weren't Israelites, nor the vast majority of the first century Christians. I guess the church didn't start in Jerusalem, and the council in Acts 15 wasn't done by Jewish Christians. You got us. You got us, bro. Love the show. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, man. Also, you look yoked. Are you yoked? I got a 5. You are. This one is for being pretty. Thank you. Now we just need to do that over and over again. John uses the new WOM version. You know we only watch you because of that beautiful face. It can't be because of your personality or knowledge. You're not wrong. For being pretty, thank you very much. That's all I want in life. I just want to be so pretty I don't have to do anything. That'd be great. Be great. If I was a woman, I'd be locked. I'd have no problems. All right, hold on. I got to use the bathroom real quick. So,
Oh
Mrs.
no,
Steele.
my bread. I won't eat into the mic like John did. It is really yummy bread, though. I guess he only hates compliments, but he accepts them only if it's about his looks. Just don't, where we'll get bananaed again. Remember that time? Stop showing the bread. If you lived closer, I would mail you bread. One time, when my sister lived far away, She mailed me. She used to make really good pita bread when she lived with us, and for my birthday, she just mailed me a stack of pita bread. It was the best. Shorts Jazz killing you today? It does look rough over there. If nobody's there, I will watch it, unfortunately. Spaces take up character space. Here's money for pretty. I like it. That's what I figured, but it does make it hard to read, especially for John. I don't want to make a business baking because I really like to bake and I don't want to make it my job. It's not fun anymore. And then you have to get up really early so it's fresh.
It's true. There's certain things that you love that you should never make your work.
Yeah. Yeah, you can mail food. But like depending on how far it's going, it might not be very good when it gets there.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
27.
Hey man, I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
Why ought you not be Christian? I mean, it depends on what type of Christian you are. Like, if you're just like I love everybody Christian, I don't really care. But if you're like one of those Christians who like derive like very harmful policies from your religious belief, I think that's bad.
Okay, congratulations.
Oh, just congratulations that your religion promotes being an asshole.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with being mean?
Yeah.
Well, no, it causes harm.
Why should I care?
Oh, I thought we cared about human life. And when you have like a religion that actively advocates to harm human life, that seems like a contradiction.
Again, why should I care?
Oh, so you don't care about human life?
Whoa.
No, just why should I care?
Big jump.
I mean, I think it's interesting because, like, I can't really. You should care because that's what empathy is. That's what kindness is.
So empathy is like an emotion that people are born with. So, for example, people who like have psychopath tendencies tend to lack empathy. Are they incapable of being good people?
They're not incapable of it, but they're disposed to being harmful.
Okay, so then we go back. Why should I care?
I mean, if you're invested in living in a civil society, you should care about caring about other people, because what civility really means is just showing people respect. But like, if you're not committed to living in like a peaceful society, then yeah, of course you wouldn't care.
Wait, hold on. So are you stating for us to have a peace in our society, one must care about others?
Yeah, it seems to be the case that.
Awesome. Can you make the argument?
Yeah, like societies in which that have engaged in like altruism and like being more equitable have improved.
That's not really an argument. You know what an argument is?
Oh, you want like premise, conclusion?
That'd be a great start. You could also do something like an informal aspect of an argument, but that was just kind of like a vague reference towards something, like a vague gesture.
I mean, it wasn't that vague in which that like...
It's pretty vague.
Okay, so like civil societies, right? In which that we like enjoy all the benefits of the 21st. Like there's lots of them. There's like
what?
Societies in which that are...
Which society?
I'm blanking on the name. I'm blanking on the term right now. But societies in which that are like egalitarian.
And why is egalitarian? Yeah. Why is egalitarianism good?
Because it's demonstrated itself to make improvement in the quality of life.
How?
In comparisons to those societies in which that have not been egalitarian, we see that there's a greater disparity between those that do and those that don't.
In what way do we see that?
Education, healthcare.
No, like an actual specific example. You're making vague references towards the ether. I don't know what to look at or study or even like attack, because this is so vague. I don't even know what to say.
I mean, you could just agree. Like, it's not like necessarily like I'm not wrong.
I can't even agree to it because I don't even know what it means.
You don't know what egalitarian means?
No, I don't know what it entails and what you're saying. You just said egalitarian societies are better because they're better than other societies. That's literally what you said.
No, I said they're better because they've demonstrated that they've increased the quality of life.
And how have they demonstrated that?
Yeah, with more educated populations, with better healthcare, longer life expectancies.
Egalitarianism led to a longer life expectancy?
Yeah, of course it has.
How did it do that?
By like one, increasing education. So now we have more educated people.
Why do you need
capable
hold on?
of
What
providing
again?
care?
I feel like you're making these big leaps. Egalitarian just means that you look at two people as equal in all ways, right? Like
That's
a man and a
correct.
woman are going to be fully equal. Again,
Yeah.
why is it looking at a woman being fully equal lead to higher health, like better health rates, and why does that lead to more education? So, for example, what is it in the First Nation schools, the boarding schools that they put them in? That led to a higher education, but they didn't see him as equal.
Okay, well, that seems a little obtuse, right? The reason why it is the case in which that like this does increase, right? Because like we're increasing like the intelligentsia, the class of people in which that are qualified and wish to perform a certain task. So like if we look at doctors, do you think a society would be better off with only male doctors or both male and female doctors?
Yeah, you're
Like,
not
you would
really
see an
addressing.
obvious
You're not
increase
really
in
addressing
healthcare.
what I said, though. You're kind of moving on to a different
Yeah, because
explanation.
that wasn't education though. That was like colonization. That's like people were like kidnapping their children and calling it school.
Yeah. No, yeah,
So
they
you're
kidnapped.
correct.
100%. They kidnapped them and put them in schools and forced education on them. That led
So,
to
like,
higher
yeah,
rates of education. That did not use egalitarianism.
That did not lead to higher. That's just propaganda. Like you're accepting propaganda as a form of like a counter argument.
How does it?
When we both
hold
know that
on,
wasn't
hold on,
education.
slow down. How does it not? How's it not education?
Well, because one, it was indoctrination in which that people were like robbed from their cultures and like denied access to their own language. So one, they were denied like a real education in the sense that they weren't being taught things about reality. They were just being taught propaganda.
Sure.
So like obviously you're
hold on. You can be taught propaganda, but also taught mathematics, right?
I'm trying to see the relevance of this.
Okay, the relevance here is you said egalitarian societies lead to higher education, more intelligence. But I'm giving you an example of a society that wasn't egalitarian that led to higher education, more intelligence.
But here's the thing, I'm just disputing that because that's not the kind of education we're talking about. Like that's literally just
okay.
people
So it's not
kidnapping.
education; it's your preference in the type of education. Why is your preference?
It's not a preference; it's a historical fact in which that this is an act of colonialism. Like this isn't a type of education.
I'm not saying it's not a historical fact, man. These are basic words. Like if you're going to debate, you got to learn basic terminology. A preference is just what you prefer to see. It doesn't mean it didn't happen.
No, but the reason why it's not a preference is because it's a category error. We're talking about like education.
Category error is either. Watch this. It's a preference. I'm going to explain to you how. Let's say I want a society that takes other people that don't look like me and forces my propaganda down their throat. Is that my preference?
So you said it first. It says propaganda, not education. So like you just were.
Is that my preference?
It probably is your preference.
Okay, so then we're talking about preference here.
We're talking about your preference. We're not talking about my preference.
That's fine. It's still preference.
Yeah, but you're trying to like put that onto me when I'm not giving you a preference. I'm giving you the difference between what is and what is education.
No. You said that is not what we want to see in education. Is that your preference?
All right. If you want me to clarify my terms, right? Propaganda is not the same thing as education.
How is it not?
Because education is about like learning about reality. It's not about being indoctrinated into a narrative.
Okay, so for example, in school, when they teach things like critical race theory, are they indoctrinating you into an ideology?
No, they're displaying a type of it. We're looking at an ideology. We're not saying you should adopt an ideology.
They're not saying that?
No, because like we can teach Christianity in schools. We're not teaching children to be Christian. We're just teaching like, hey, these people believe in such things. Those are two different statements.
Okay, that's fine. So, in this society that's not egalitarian, did they teach them things like math?
Yeah, they taught some people math.
So like the First Nations, when they stuck them in these centers, did they teach them mathematics?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so it led to higher education. Even if they threw some propaganda in there.
It wasn't some propaganda. They were denied the right to speak
Okay,
their own language.
they threw in all the propaganda. It's completely irrelevant to my point. They threw in all the propaganda, but they also taught mathematics.
No, it is not irrelevant to your point because, like, if they're teaching you about, if they're teaching you math, right? How can you implement mathematics when you're traumatized because you were beaten by a nun? Like, so what? It's incidental.
So hold on. You're saying having trauma is going to prevent you from figuring out that 2 + 2 = 4?
Yeah, trauma affects your intellectual skills.
That's not the question I asked you.
2 + 2, right? If anything, I was steel manning your position because 2 + 2 is ridiculous.
You are absolutely not steel manning my position.
Trauma affects your intellectual capacity.
My dad was beaten by a nun. He's fine.
That's anecdotal, and you know that, sweetheart.
Everything that you've given is anecdotal. Give me a study. Give me some research. Give me some data. Go ahead.
Okay, if you think that traumatized people don't have a difficult time,
your data is, do you think?
He's been voted off the island.
There's no one else in the queue.
Good luck. Am I up here until someone asks? I don't know.
You
it's
can
up to
leave.
me. I mean, you can leave on your own.
All right. Do you want to discuss like what Christian policies are good for society?
Dog, you haven't established what good is.
Oh, okay. I'm asking you what you think good is.
Anything that aligns with my preferences.
And what aligns with your preference?
I have lots of preferences in different areas. You want me to go through every preference I have?
Well, no, specifically like Christian policy preferences, right?
Yeah, anything that aligns with my preference is good.
Christianity. Okay, and what are those preferences?
I have a lot of preference. You want me to list every preference I have?
No, obviously be conversational, darling. You don't have to be obtuse.
I'm not being obtuse. I gave you a very direct answer. You asked me what the standard of good is. I said my preferences.
Okay, and what preference do you have?
Why does it matter? It's the standard of good. Pineapple on pizza.
You're literally like, I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be a Christian? So like, I say you ought not be Christian because you have bad policies, and you're not even telling me what your policies are.
So how do you know they're bad?
Because there are Christians out there that have bad policies. You do realize you have
bad according to who and what?
Do you realize that the Klan is Christian? Like they literally believe in Jesus.
Yeah, why are they bad?
Do you believe that the Klan is good?
Why are they bad?
Arson seems like a bad idea.
Why?
Because things catch on fire and it damages.
You're just telling me what arson is. Why is it bad?
Yeah, because it affects people's well-being.
Why should we care?
Because I care. I'm invested in caring. If you're
not,
that's
good for
your problem.
You. That's your preference. Why is your preference the standard?
Because it's come to a consensus.
Okay, so popular vote is the standard?
In many ways, yes.
Okay, great. Do you think slavery was ever a good thing?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, up until the 1800s, there is not a single writing against slavery. As a matter of fact, all the writings we have of slavery sees it in a positive light. So the vast majority of society, for the vast majority of history, saw slavery as a good thing. Were they right?
Oh, so we're not taking in the slave's opinion?
Were they right?
Were they right? Based on their goals, yeah, I would say they were correct.
Okay, so with your whole chest, say that slavery at one point was a good thing. Go ahead.
In the past, people believed that slavery was right.
Was it a good thing? Because you said the consensus viewpoint makes it a good thing. So was it a good thing?
Well, first of all, I just reject that premise that was a consensus because like there were slaves.
It was a consensus. I tell you what, I'll reject it if you can give me any writing, let's say pre-1500, that's against slavery. Go ahead.
Do you think a slave wants to be a slave on average?
They literally sold themselves into slavery.
Do you think slaves in which that weren't first of all,
you said consensus,
think
like the
someone-
majority, so it doesn't matter if the
There
minority
may
didn't
have
like
been one
it.
that didn't like it, sure, but we're looking at the
man,
majority viewpoint.
slaves were
here.
never the minority. Slaves were always the majority.
No, they
What?
weren't. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like slaves were like a good 30 to 40% of the global population for a
Is
long
that
time.
That's not the
Majority?
majority, Einstein.
And then if you include people in which that did not want to be slaves,
That's not the
That-
majority.
That. Oh my god.
I mean, you guys are the ones who want to say slavery is good. I don't know.
No,
I
why.
never
we-
said that.
We literally didn't. You did.
You
said
made
at
an
some
argument. I'm
point it
giving you a
was.
reductio.
No,
You made an
I said
argument.
people thought it was
No.
good.
I never made the claim that slavery was good, right? Pay attention. You made the argument that if the consensus all agree, that makes it good. And I gave the reductio. Well, guess what? That's a problem because for the majority of history, the consensus agreed that slavery was a good thing. That's a huge problem for you because now you're going to have to say slavery is good. For example, I've been reading a lot of Aristotle. Aristotle has talked about what is good, and in his category of good is a man who owns a lot of slaves.
Okay, that's one guy's opinion. So you're just looking at textual
This is-
evidence that has survived.
This is
So,
okay. So what's your data that they were against slavery? Go ahead.
Oh, all the writings that didn't survive.
yeah, all the writings that didn't survive. Very good.
Wow,
So an argument
you
of
can't
silence.
be that ridiculous.
I mean, isn't that the proof of
Did
God?
you know? Did you know? Here's a little tidbit for you. Did you know in the ancient Near East it was actually illegal to kidnap people and make them into slaves, which meant the vast majority of people who were made slaves sold themselves into slavery? Did you know that?
Or were bought?
They were
From
bought
people who,
because
like,
because they sold themselves into slavery. How could they buy them if they first didn't sell themselves into slavery?
Because like another society captures someone in warfare and then sells them in a free market.
Yes,
quote unquote,
that's why I said
to
in the
someone who-
ancient Near East, because almost all the collective societies in the ancient Near East had laws against kidnapping people and making them slaves.
Yeah, dude, like the Vikings literally sold slaves to
Are
people in the Middle East.
are the Vikings in the ancient Near East?
Yeah, they went down there to sell slaves.
Great, prove it.
You do realize like Vikings were like a maritime society in which that there's literally like Viking currency in the Middle East, right? Which is evidence of them going down there and selling fucking slaves.
How?
Because it's trade, and we know that Vikings captured people and sold them into slavery. So they're going to sell shit that they take. They're going to sell goods and they're going to sell people.
Let me grant this for the sake of argument. Let's say some Vikings sold slaves. Do you think all the slaves in the ancient Near East were sold from Vikings?
They were sold. They were not necessarily just Vikings, but like people bought slaves from societies in which that captured their slaves through warfare.
Most of the
So even if, like,
societies
even-
around them had laws against kidnapping and making slaves. You introduced a society that didn't. They might have bought from them. Sure. Does that make that the majority viewpoint?
First of all, kidnapping is like relative
Dog,
to like
answer the
how we're
question. Does it
defining
make it the majority viewpoint? Come on. You can answer a simple question.
No, the issue with using the word kidnap is like normally kidnap only means like interpersonal people within your
What's 2
society.
plus
so like, yeah,
2?
you can't enslave someone in your you can't enslave like someone of your own tribe.
That's not
Right?
true.
But they wouldn't consider it. They would not consider it kidnapping if it was like a foreigner.
That's not true.
Okay, if that's your position, then that's your position.
That's the case. That's the standard. This is one of the things that Dr. Josh Bowman
the
uses.
case.
Hold
No,
on,
it's
let me explain. It's one of the things that Dr. Josh Bowman uses to argue against Christians, because a lot of Christians try to argue that the Hebrew Bible teaches that that it's better than other societies because you couldn't go out and kidnap people in other societies, which Dr. Josh Bowman responds back, no. That's the standard, is you cannot kidnap people and turn them into slaves in the ancient Near East. So he says it's consistent
but
with
you
everybody
can
in the
buy
ancient Near
kidnapped
East.
people. You can buy
You can't
people. You just
kidnap
cannot
the
kidnap yourself.
people. So
Dude, you're
again,
buying
my
kidnapped
friend,
people.
answer the
kidnapped. Do you know- do you
question or
understand what I'm
prove to everybody that you have the IQ of a rodent. Is that the majority viewpoint?
I think that's so interesting that like white supremacy still compares people to animals.
Oh my
Like,
gosh. Are you for real?
I mean, Are you for real? I thought we were
cannot
Christian
even
values.
believe you.
It doesn't
How is
seem
that
like
white
you guys have
supremacy?
Christian values.
That's unbelievable. You are unbelievable.
Comparing a human being to an animal. That's
They
just
didn't
How is
compare
that
you to
white
it. You compared your
supremacy?
IQ to it.
white
It's also
white
not.
supremacists historically have always compared human beings to animals.
Well, white
So, like,
supremacists historically have worn shoes.
Are you wearing
You're
shoes?
Are you
right.
wearing shoes right now?
So you're just being obtuse.
You're being
Dog,
obtuse,
you're
my
an
friend.
actual. Listen, you're the
No,
silliest goose
comparing
of them
people to
all.
animals is not obtuse.
You're the silliest
Why
goose
would you
of them
compare-
all. God bless. I hope.
You ever called anyone
I
like
pray that somebody kidnaps you and indoctrinates you into some education. That's insane.
you ever like people call people like sloths? They call them, "Oh, I'm hungry as a horse." Unbelievable.
That was. Listen, my goodness gracious.
Ladies and
They were-
gentlemen, boys and
You know what my favorite
girls,
part was?
step right up and witness
They were not the
the
minority.
silliest
They were
goose
40%.
you've ever seen. You walked in here with your shoes untied, tripped on nothing, fell on your pride. Tried to play it cool, but we all saw you are the silliest goose, that's the law. You spilled your drink on your own shirt, then blamed the cup, made it worse. Everything you touch turns to chaos. You are the silliest goose, no pause. You are the silliest goose, running around all fast and loose. You are the silliest goose. What you doing, there's no excuse. Honk, honk, here you come. You are the silliest goose. Hun? You sent a text to the wrong person, made the whole situation worsen. Tried to unsend, but it was too late. You are the silliest goose, mate. You wore two different shoes today. Didn't notice until halfway through your presentation at work. You are the silliest goose, you burk. You are the silliest goose, running around all fast and loose. You are the silliest goose. What you doing, there's no excuse. Honk, honk, here you come. You are the silliest goose, hon. Round and round the goose goes, where it stops nobody knows. Flapping wings without a care, silly goose everywhere. You walked into a glass door, you locked yourself out once more. You forgot what you were saying mid-sentence. You are the silliest goose. No prevention. You are the silliest goose. The silliest. Running around all fast and loose. You are the silliest goose. Silly goose. Making mistakes like there's some kind of juice. Honk, honk, waddle on through. You are the silliest goose. Boo. Silliest goose. Silly, silly. Silliest goose. Hong Kong. You are the silliest goose. Circus music fades with honky.
40% means majority. You don't see how? You don't. That deserved the whole song. My goodness gracious. You know, they talk about literacy rates being on an all-time low. It's not the ability of these people to read. It's their ability to understand concepts. We're raising a whole society full of Drax people who just believe what they've been told and it's just true because it's true. They screen critical thinking, top of their lungs. Christians lack critical thinking skills. And then you get 40% as the majority. Spaces take up character space. Here's my money for pretty. Thank you. Appreciate that. But John, have you considered you could just agree? That was crazy. I don't know what to say with that. That's insane. It makes no sense. Well, you could just agree with me. Egalitarianism has also brought some great evils, such as the UK grape gangs and Troon's children. This guy is assuming that everything good which has happened is due to egalitarianism, which is arbitrary. Whoa, the guest just said slavery is good. LOL. I mean, they didn't say it. They refused to bite down. They wanted to make the argument that everybody was against it back then, because that's something that people just assume. They assume that they have a moral standard and everybody just assumes their moral standard. And most people are just good because most people assume their moral standard. And it just so happens that people were evil, rose to power, and there's a few of them. And they just controlled and manipulated everybody, except for the fact that, like, back then, you could go buy a schmave and just have one. You could do that. You could just do that. And people did. They just did. The temptation to have someone else do your dishes. That's why I got married. It's just legal slavery.
My gosh. Can you not?
John is being very gracious with the songs today. I'm so tired. Like, these people. Like, it was
rough.
so hard for me not to cuss him out. Like, I really bit my tongue on that one. Really bit my tongue. Because, like, it's like, my biggest thing is it feels like when you're beating your head against the wall and it just won't go through. It's like, this is the basic concept. John is so base. True. That's true. God commanded it. So does that make it good? That would be just as good of a justification as my fifis. I literally would. If literally your whole argument is, I don't like it because of my fifis, because of empathy. Oh, we have empathy. It's literally a fifi. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a better justification. I mean, causing one's anger to come out as a sin is it not? No, anger in itself is not a sin. There is such thing as righteous anger, good anger. Anger, there can be a sin. For example, if, like, you don't like somebody because they did something wrong and you sit and have constant anger and hatred in your heart towards them, that can be sinful, yes. Also, we have no one else in the queue, guys. So if you guys don't mind smashing that little like button, pop, 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 just over and over again. That would
People
be
were
great.
wishing for no guest than having that guest. People were me. No, there was other people.
The
but
Bible teaches slow to anger, not to be angry. Yeah, it also teaches that I'm a broken, sinful dude that's going to fall short all the time. I feel like I am pretty slow to anger with these people. You know, when my wife starts screaming into the microphone, you messed up. That's my cue. That's my cue for, like, okay, this person is actually silly. Because she's very gracious.
Well,
Although I
said in
appreciate
the
he called
chat-
you ma'am. That
I
was
don't
nice.
think it was out of respect. I
Oh,
think
okay.
it was condescending. Because he kept calling you sweetheart. So,
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
but if he had called me sweetheart, I might have lost it.
Oh, I forgot to turn my cooling system on for my camera. Whoops-a-daisies.
Oh yeah, I said in the chat that one time you were like, how come you didn't chime in on, like, this conversation? And I was like, they weren't dumb enough.
I do, as a matter of fact, have my... Oh,
Not cool enough yet?
no, it's... Oh, there we go.
There we go.
I do, as a matter of fact, have my testimony video on my YT. I think he thought John was attractive, too. It's facts. It's the facts. Yeah.
He is pretty cute.
I make straight men question what they feel. It's true, though. I've gotten more compliments about my looks from men than I've ever had from women. Women just seem to hate me instantly. I wonder why. Big John's testimony. Okay, so I get it now. So this means that your name has a salute in it. I understand. I got to keep up with today's memes. Got to keep up with the today's memes. This guy is a fake fraud Christian that runs off pride and ego. There's one topic we have now opened up to. If you think I'm a fake fraud Christian, come up and convince me. I do want to be corrected and operate as a Christian ought to operate. So come up and give the argument if you want to do that. Why are we not just paying Gabe? Do you not remember when I told you how much money I made last night?
Also, when we said we wanted to pay Gabe
We do
one
want to
day,
pay Gabe one day.
Gabe said, I'm just going to give it all back to you. And then it's going to get taxed. Gabe literally threatened us to not give him money.
Yes, people can come up to just insult me, but I want some hard hard facts in that. I've had my fill of pretentious Christians in the comment sections talking about how non-Christian I'm like. And so if you want to convince me how not Christian I am, I would love to hear the argument.
I wouldn't.
I know you wouldn't, but these people sometimes
They're the worst.
Oh yeah, they're the absolute worst. 100%.
I'd rather have
We got to talk to somebody, Abbie.
I just want to make sure I want to say this. I'd rather have an
See what she does? She thinks about what she says before she says it. What a skill.
I'd rather have an all Muslim stream than have a stream of pretentious Christians.
True. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm just Icon. I'm just here to say hi. God bless.
Hi. God bless.
All right.
What's up, Icon? Atheist, have I heard are hardcore? I've had hardcore atheist nerds join. Yeah, 100%. Listen, man, I feel like we just attract the worst of every group. That's just what we do here. It's like a known thing. I read there was a comment on my last live that somebody left a comment like John needs to start setting some boundaries. Vikings are traders hired as merchants in the ME and inbred. Turkish blondes, IIRC, were thought to have come from Viking inbreeding. I don't know what that means, but I trust you. Breeding with the local is not inbreeding. Oh, I see what you're saying. Who's the silliest goose I ever talked to? Mike Burgandy.
What? Who's that?
The silliest goose. So silly, so dense that I will not talk to him anymore because he's so condescending and just doesn't understand basic concepts. Muslims make you more money. This is an absolute fact and something I wrestle with every day. I know this. Because all my videos that are in like the 50,000, 80,000, 90,000 range of views, all my lives that have made like the most income, all the content, all the like I put out in shorts, all the top ranging ones are all Islamic content. When you guys tell me that I do this for the money, trust me, I don't. Because if I did, I'd be focusing on Islam only. But I would rather have my teeth surgically implanted into my eyeballs. It's an absolute fact. Right now, Islamic content is what's popping and what's popular. I could join and be devil's advocate. You love that? Absolutely not. Listen, you've done a lot for the channel, but I will permanently ban you. Muslims made IP a bunch of money too. Yeah. Maybe the silliest goose was the friends we made along the way. That's 3. Surgically closed butthole, surgically remove foot, and surgically teeth and eyeballs. Yep. Are you saying I can get permabans? You 100% could. A guaranteed way to do that is pretending to debate a topic that you don't believe in. Yes.
You know what's actually worse though? Is the ones that come up, the Christians that come up and don't pretend not to be a Christian and just do it with their full chest. Speaking of teeth, Wednesday.
Oh yeah, I won't be here Wednesday because I'm getting some cavities filled. So there's that. And side note too, the very first day that we get that's beating hot outside, I will not be live because we're going to the stupid beach. Because we tried to go to the beach the weekend and both days, Saturday and Sunday, and it was stupid cold and rainy and cloudy. And if we just wait for the weekend, there's only 8 weekends in the summer. If we wait for the weekend, we might get, and we've got rain after rain after rain on the weekend. So as soon as we get a bright sunny day, whether it's the weekend, weekday, doesn't matter what it is, I'm taking the day off and we're going to the beach. We're just doing it. All right. Canada has beaches. We sure do. Those visits to the dentist be a pain in the ass. You're going to the wrong dentist if it's a pain in your ass.
It took me a second.
Rick, hello, how are you? And just real
Rick.
quick, how old are you? It is Rick.
Hi, Rick.
I got to refresh. Premise 1, real Christians care about people's fifis. P2, John doesn't care about people's fifis. Conclusion there, John is not a real Christian. I disagree with P1. Rick. Oh, wait. There we go. Rick.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Nice. I'm 27. Hello, everyone.
All right, speed run. What do you got?
What were you going to say?
Speed run. What do you got?
Okay.
The chat already said prepare to be bored.
I got the premises. I'll try and be more animated. I feel like that works better.
Maybe throw an insult in there every once in a while.
Yeah, John, you're stupid and ugly, and also something else bad.
It's true.
So, my argument is that the whole sum of reality's existence is a brute fact. An explanation, or let me think what it's called. I think an ontological economy with fewer entities is better than one with more. God would be an extra entity. God plus all of the natural world and physical laws and such is an extra entity versus just the natural world and all the physical laws. Therefore, we shouldn't think that a God exists.
I almost disagree with every single premise there. Premise 1, the whole sum of reality is a brute fact. I would disagree with that.
Yes.
Premise 2, I don't think there's a distinction between the natural world and God. God would exist in the natural world because God has a nature. So he's just included in that category. So it's not an assumed, what do you call it? I always forget the assumed entity. Yeah.
Yeah, by natural world, I just I mean things that are affected by the laws of nature. Do you take God to be a being that's affected by those?
God has a nature.
Or like a being that's affected by the nomenological laws, like I don't know, the gravitational constant, etc.
Yeah, so I wouldn't assume that all things that exist are affected by that either. For example, like quantum mechanics.
Quantum mechanics would be one of that's like a system of equations, essentially, that helps explain quantum systems, and those would be included in the nomenological laws.
So the quantum mechanics are like included in like space time, because as far as I can tell, there's like quantum entanglement that kind of like breaks that understanding.
It actually doesn't. There's quantum mechanics is essentially like the laws. It's a set of mathematical laws that are associated with quantum systems.
Quantum entanglement specifically.
So quantum entanglement actually doesn't contradict like classical mechanics, because classical mechanics covers the scope of like macro objects, whereas quantum mechanics covers like the quantum realm. So it's like things that are subatomic. So like protons, neutrons, quarks, gluons.
There exists another realm that's not affected by the laws that you've implemented.
So it's just that there's two different scopes for the laws. So like, do you know like the ideal gas law doesn't cover the scope of like in ideal conditions. It just talks about inputs and outputs with respect to gases and certain properties associated with them within like a scope. I'm sorry. Do you want to cover P1 instead?
Yeah, the whole sum of reality is a brute fact.
Yeah, I think that'd be the more interesting part of it. So essentially, I've got a syllogism for this. The universe, that's like all the physical things, are contingent.
Well, then you just
if God exists, God is necessary. Whenever you have a contingent set of facts and a necessary fact, the union of those things is the sum of reality. The union of a contingent and necessary thing is itself contingent. So
yeah, you're leading into modal collapse.
This wouldn't be exactly modal collapse, because that deals with like modality, like specifically the logical modality, modal scope. This is more of like talk about like explanations for things, and how essentially whenever you add like another necessary thing to what is the sum total of reality, As long as there's contingent things within the sum total of reality, the set of any necessary and contingent, the set of all of reality, which is the union of any necessary thing and contingent thing, will always be itself. The whole set will always be contingent, and therefore there cannot be an explanation.
Why are you putting a necessary thing and a contingent thing in the same set? There are things that are in reality.
Yeah, the set that I'm talking about is the sum total of all of existence. So anything that you can quantify as being in existence.
Yeah, but I don't know why we're setting those two things together and then saying that because they're together, it's a brute fact. Like that, I don't know how that's following.
Sure. So imagine if there's just only contingent things in reality. All the sum total of all reality will then therefore be contingent, right? It's pretty obvious. Now imagine that's that reality, and then you add one more fact about it that's necessary. So the union of these things, the sum total of reality, is now a set of contingent facts and some necessary fact. So then now all of reality is now the contingent things and the necessary thing. And that union means that both those things are now the sum total of reality, which is now
because the necessary thing doesn't have to create those contingent things. Being a brute fact means it exists in all possible worlds, no matter what, without explanation.
Repeat that again, sorry.
You correct me if I'm wrong, but a thing being a brute fact means it exists in all possible worlds without explanation.
I'm not sure about the all possible worlds part there, but it's certainly about the exists without explanation is correct.
Well, so again, I don't know how we're getting to this. The world, everything that possibly exists is a brute fact, just simply because you're placing it in a set that includes a necessary being that would also be a brute fact.
Can you ask that question again?
Okay, so basically what we're doing is we're taking it and we're putting it into sets, right? So instead of like P, we would use pi. So we're using like that category in logic. So now we have a set of things. So we have a set that's included in a set of things, which you're saying is basically all of reality. Included in that set of things is a necessary thing and a contingent thing. Because we have a necessary thing and those contingent things are reliant on the necessary thing, that necessarily means that those contingent things are brute facts. They exist without explanation. I don't know how that follows because
so it's not that the contingent things are now themselves brute facts, it's that the whole set is a brute fact. So and that property doesn't transfer onto the necessary thing, and that doesn't transfer on the contingent things. It's just an analysis of the sum total of reality.
Yeah, again, I don't know how this follows, right? That's like kind of like looking at all the components of a car and saying all the components of a car are a set of a car, therefore, a tire is a car.
Sure. Let me just copy and paste this so that way you can see it. I put it in the chat.
Whose argument is this?
I was watching. I'm a big fan of Dr. Samuel Blitz. If you know who Dr.
Blitz's
Blitz
argument?
Is. He recently talked about it. I believe it's. Let me think.
The universe is contingent. God is necessary. If A contingent and B is necessary, then the union of A and B is contingent. C1, the universe and God is contingent. The universe and God is the sum total of all reality. The universe and God is contingent. Yeah, I just don't think that follows, man. Because again, like you can make anything into a set. That doesn't mean something that's in a set takes the properties of the other thing.
Yeah, that's not the conclusion is not that the things within the set take on the properties of the whole set. The thrust of this argument isn't that. Rather, the thrust of this argument is that if God is some sort of being that explains the universe, and in a lot of arguments he's used as some sort of like explanatory being that's necessary. He actually does not explain the sum total of reality. And that's like the main thrust of the argument is that
but
the universe,
reality isn't like an ontological thing.
What do you mean by that?
Well, reality, like what is reality? What is a measurement? Reality is just a word that we use for a set.
I would say the reality is every everything that has like being or existence. So like everything that has being or existence would go into the sum total of reality. It's like all that is real.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A reality is just a word that we use to describe a set. It's just this, it's in the category of things that do exist.
Yes, and God is often the explanation for the things that exist, right?
Sure, but the problem is we're kind of using the word reality as if reality has its own ontology.
I don't think that that's explicit in this.
The universe is contingent. God is necessary. If A is contingent and B is necessary, A being the universe, B being God, then the union of A and B is contingent. The union of A and B. Well, for one, what does it mean to say a union? That'd be
It's
another
a
thing I'll go
conjunction.
into. Huh?
The conjunction. It's just the conjunction of the prop, like of A and B.
Yeah, that doesn't follow. If you're just saying it's a conjunct, right? The necessary is necessary that the union of A and B is contingent. It's not even a conjunct. It's not even how we'd phrase it. It'd have to be something along the lines of like, if A exists and B exists, then both A and B are contingent.
Well, it's if A is contingent and B is necessary, then the union of A and B is contingent.
So the union is the thing itself is contingent. But again, a union isn't a thing; it's a description. For example, if me and my wife unite, that's not an actual thing.
Correct. I mean, it's not like it's not a thing. It's just like a mental model. It's just like if we're looking for something that like explains the universe, or like if we're looking for something to explain the set of facts in the universe, like the sum total of reality, that thing cannot be some sort of necessary being.
Right. I don't understand. Again, I'm not getting how this follows. So if A is contingent and B is necessary, then the union of A and B is contingent. Now, the contingent here, right? So basically, we're saying that the union is the antecedent, the contingent is the consequent. Union being the antecedent isn't a thing. Like, what is it? What are we saying? Like, a union is contingent. A union is like a description of something that we observe. So again, me and my wife holding hands, we're now united, right? In holding hands. But again, I still have like there's nothing that changes about our properties or ontology here. Right?
True, about the individual A and B.
Yeah,
like nothing about A and B changes. It's just the set itself. So like whenever we're creating, like we have these mental models of, you know, objects, groupings of objects, that they're sets. It's like a box, you know. And so like I don't know, take example for like the argument from contingency. Like essentially you're just looking for an explanation for why all of the contingent facts in the universe are the way that they are, right? Like that's how like that argument works. And so whenever you're looking for like an explanation for something, you're essentially just looking for like God is supposed to like explain all of these contingent facts. But if we're looking for what we really should look for is like an explanation, well, I guess I don't know. I think I'm fumbling the wording here when I say what you should be looking for. But what I'm essentially saying is that like the sum total of reality, which is like putting all of reality in a box, is brute. It's a brute fact, right?
I disagree.
Like all of these things. Well, the syllogism here, I think that the conclusion is necessitated. Do you at least agree that this is like valid? I guess
I don't think so. The universe is contingent. God is necessary. Okay, I agree with that. If A is contingent and B is necessary, then the union of A and B is contingent. I don't think that sentence makes sense. Because the union there being the antecedent, I don't know what that does and what that entails, what it even means. We'd have to elaborate on the semantic on that. It seems like intuitively true. Like, yeah, obviously a union is contingent, but what is a union?
So it's like the joining of two. In this case, it's two different sets, wherein one set contains one entity and the second set contains, you know, multiple entities. It doesn't have to in this right here. Just as long as you have two sets And in one set, the things in that set are necessary. And the other set,
Yeah, but
the thing
what does it
things
mean
are
when it says the contingent property of the unification between those sets? What is the unification?
So the unification is just taking both those sets and imagine them as boxes and putting them in a larger box.
But okay, sure. But again, I don't know what that means. Like in reality, God has a union with the contingent things of the universe. What does that mean?
So yeah, so if I'm looking at everything in reality, I'm like the toothbrush, that's in reality.
Yep.
This box, that's in reality.
Well, what?
God,
okay, again,
that's in
reality. What you're saying? It's in reality. What is reality?
Every entity that has being.
Okay, so then it's not in reality. It is a part of reality.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Okay, because then again, we're just talking of reality is just the sum of the parts.
Yes, it's the union of the parts, I would say, or the conjunction of the parts, you know.
Well, again, we can't say union because we haven't established what that term means, right? Because like if this broad term of unification by this definition, what it seems to be we're using, then everything is technically God or no God unified. Because we're all a sum of the parts of what is considered reality.
Sorry, I'm looking up a definition for a union in logic or metaphysics. So it says it refers to the synthesis, aggregation, or integration of distinct entities into a single whole.
Yeah, so it's just a sum of the parts. But again,
Yes.
now we're getting into the problem of the one and the many.
Sure. If what exactly is that? Is that
The
problem you're talking
problem the
about
one and
here?
the many is how do we define things, right? So for example, what makes John John, right? John is the one, but John is composite of many things. But where exactly do we throw this arbitrary line of the many things that is John?
I mean, however you want to define that. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
then it
there's
becomes
no
arbitrary.
Yeah, but that's we're talking about like a thing within the sum total of reality. So it's like where's the box that is John? Like where's the cutoff line? But if we're just putting a box around literally everything, it's like, you know, I can definitely put everything in a box. I might not know where John ends and begins, but
Sure.
you
But
know, the
again,
sum
yeah,
total of
so
reality.
so if the sum total of reality is just all things that exist,
Yeah.
that's fine. But again, I don't know how this leads to the universe being a brute fact.
Maybe the sum total of reality is a brute fact.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how that follows. I'm not
Okay,
seeing the bridge
so
here.
let me just
Because
state the
again, the unifications are arbitrary lines.
well, the unification in this isn't arbitrary because you're looking about the sum total of reality. There's no like, oh,
Still
where should the
arbitrary.
end? Okay, where should the end of reality start, or where should the end of reality be, and where should
No,
the
no.
beginning be? We just put the whole thing in a box.
Yeah, just because you put the whole thing in the box doesn't mean it's not arbitrary. Right? Because you could move the lines inwards more and separate. Like there's no law that says that we have to make a set of all things that exist.
Yeah, there's no law that says you have to.
Mhm.
But if I'm looking, so let's say like I'm looking for an explanation to the sum total of reality, and I say, okay, I see all these physical things around me. I'm not sure if there's a God, right?
Mhm.
And then I say, okay, well, I've heard people say that God explains reality. And then I say, okay, well, let's say if everything is contingent, you know, then there's some necessary thing that has
Well,
to explain all these. But then
not all
then
things
I'm
are
adding that.
contingent.
Not all, yeah, I agree with that. Not all things are contingent.
Okay.
But if there's, you know, if there's at least one contingent thing and at least one necessary thing,
Mhm.
and I'm looking to explain those things, and let's say I just add another necessary thing in there, the sum total that I'm looking to explain of reality is still contingent. The union of those things is still contingent.
But again, the unification of those things is arbitrary, is what I'm saying. It means nothing. It's just how we're talking about words, and we're just placing an arbitrary line to unify God and creation.
I'm not sure that the line is arbitrary. More so, possibly the desire to put everything in a single set is arbitrary. But I mean, that'd be like saying, you know, looking for an explanation period is arbitrary. Would you think that that's arbitrary?
Set theory in itself is technically arbitrary because you're talking about a set of things, and you have to include you have to arbitrarily pick what's included in the set. That's the problem in the one and the many. You're just choosing all the things. You're just saying, well, we'll just put everything in the set. Still an arbitrary standard, and it has no ontological properties in the universe. Like there is not a set doesn't actually exist.
Yeah, it's just I agree with that. It's just like a mental model, but
It's a
I'm saying
concept.
like you're correct, but I'm just saying like we're looking for an explanation of the universe.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is you're creating a problem by giving like metaphysics to a set. Right? If we remove the metaphysical properties of set, right? Set theory is great because then it helps us understand like a group or a totality of things, right? We could say like the collection of people in category A does X, Y, and Z, and we can create logical systems off that. And it's a very useful system. But when there is no actual set, right? Like just like there's no actual border between Canada and the USA. It doesn't actually exist. It's an arbitrary line that we just put in the sand. Now it helps. It's a very useful tool for society. But for the grand scheme of things, like in logic and in systems, it's not a real thing. It's a conceptual thing.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's a conceptual thing, but these conceptual tools of analysis, we can derive a lot of utility from them.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, insofar as determining the explanations for certain things, and if I'm looking to determine the explanation for all of the stuffs, then I'm saying that there is none. If you want to do that.
Well, I agree. It's a good utility. That was my whole point. My point, though, is that the utility here is apparently creating some sort of logical problem that doesn't actually exist. There's no metaphysical union between God and contingent things. That union is an arbitrary line that you've drawn around them. So what's happened is you've drawn an arbitrary line around God and contingent things, and then you've started giving those that arbitrary set properties, and then created contradictions in that properties. The problem is there is no metaphysical union between those things. What you've done is you've kind of taken the law of identity. So you have this thing that is God, that's identical to God, and then instead you drew a line around all of reality and then gave that an identity, right? And again, this is the problem with the law of identity. And then you started listing things that cannot be true in that, and therefore it breaks the law of identity and it creates a problem.
Okay. Let's just zoom out for a second. And
I'm going to give you 5 more minutes, by the way, because we lost like 30 people since we started talking.
Damn it.
I enjoy it, by the way. It's not me. It's them.
Yeah, I know. I know. Well, let me give you some food for thought that you might find interesting to leave you with, because I think we found an impasse here. Another interesting, and we don't have to run through the whole thing, just food for thought. Another interesting argument I've heard recently is against divine simplicity, which would mean that like God's an ultimately independent being. Do you think that, and this is like two-pronged and I could lay it out, but questioning goes faster. Do you think that we take actions, do you think our actions are dependent upon God's knowledge, or is God's knowledge dependent upon our actions? Like, is it grounded in our actions, or are our actions grounded in God's knowledge that we will take them?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
So whenever we're taking actions, God knows exactly what we're going to do because he's omniscient. Is God's knowing what we will do grounded in the fact that we will do it? Or is us doing those grounded in the fact that God knows it?
You're kind of making like a knowledge causation problem, aren't you?
Essentially, the problem that arises here is that God can't be divinely simple or ase if part of what he is contingent, which is his knowledge, is contingent upon our actions. So essentially, you're in like a catch-22 where you either say God is not ultimately independent.
Okay, I think this is a bit of a problem too. Did I wave my hand because you knew I was going to wave my hand, or did you just know I waved my hand?
I know that you waved your hand because you did wave your hand and I saw it.
Right. Okay. And that's just the problem. God knows all the things that we're doing because he doesn't exist in linear time. So therefore, he's just witnessing all the things that we're doing simultaneously.
Let me think about that. I think that it's not dependent upon if it will happen in the future or not, even if it's like, block universe, like the time block universe theory, like the B theory of time, where it's a block that's always actual and he's looking down on it. I agree that that's a good position to take, but the problem is still there, in which even if you're looking at the past, does God know that because right now my knowledge depends on you having done that, right? Having decided that. So my knowledge is dependent upon your action. If that's the case for God, then he's dependent upon our actions for his knowledge.
Yeah, but contingent means it could be a different way, right?
Yeah, it does mean that it could be a different way.
Yeah, so simply if he just foreknew what we would always do, it could not be a different way. It just is the way it is.
Yeah, so do you think he's omniscient then, or?
Well, no, I'm just stating that like that's a possibility. Like honestly, I could just appeal to ignorance here and say I don't know the mechanism.
Shake's super chat didn't get read.
Oh, poor Shake.
It should have.
Rick, I'm not saying
Popped up.
you're boring, but I would say your arguments are getting increasingly arbitrary. God is not just a convenient explanation for the universe, but is indeed personal. You're missing the forest for the leaves.
I'm missing the forest for the leaves. Yeah, I don't think that it's really arbitrary. I mean, I think that like one of the projects, one of the things that God is supposed to explain is like the sum total of all reality. I don't think that that's
well, that's
like,
not as supposed to. Like you're kind of like he does, but you're kind of making it seem like we need to come to that like sort of understanding. One of the things I really appreciate of like the apostolic churches is the appeal to mystery. And I think appeal to mystery is a very strong thing. Like, for example, you're asking me for the mechanism of like the properties of God's mind. I could simply say, I don't know. And we can hold to many different like aspects. You could hold to absolute divine simplicity. You can hold to energy essence distinction that could solve that problem. You could also hold to like a God that it does have contingent aspects to him. Like none of this would move any Christian outside of Christianity. It just kind of shifts the understanding of what you think of God.
Yeah, I think that like there has to be like a lot of arguments made, where essentially any way you kind of take it, you're kind of getting shot in the foot. Like you're in between a rock and a hard place, and all those arguments obviously can't be done at one time. So it's like, oh, but what if I add an auxiliary hypothesis to God and say this? But one of the major problems with that is like whenever you're adding like an auxiliary hypothesis to something, is that you're lowering its prior probability, because hypothesis plus an auxiliary hypothesis is two propositions, the conjunction of two propositions, which lowers the probability.
No, I'm not assuming
those
another
being true.
proposition. I'm changing it completely.
So you would say that you would possibly reject divine simplicity because of this, and just say
I haven't appropriated a model because I really don't care.
Okay.
Like at the end of the day, I don't give a rat's ass if it's divine simplicity, absolute divine simplicity, or freaking open theism. I really don't care. I think people argue and fight about something that they'll, at the end of the day, we'll find problems in, and then we'll solve the problems. And people have been doing this forever. Joshua Sijawadi, an incredibly intelligent person. I encourage you, if you ever have the chance to argue with him about divine simplicity, he's going to have an answer to that question for you. You probably won't even understand, but it'll be deep.
Quite possibly.
Yeah.
I do think that your belief in particular hinges on like the explanation, God being an explanation for the resurrection. And I do think that you should check out the SCP article on theoretical virtues at the very least, just to be like, more prepared for discussions like that.
Okay, dope. All right, I'm going to kick you now.
Yeah.
God bless.
No, I hate.
I think he was gonna say like hates you or something. Keep it spicy. I said to insult him sometimes.
Yeah, he didn't. He kept it too friendly.
You only did it at the beginning.
Kept it too friendly. I should go up and talk to Blitz about that next time I get the opportunity. Because it sounds like, because that's a very Blitz argument, right? When you start incorporating the mathematics into it. We had other people in the queue, and then they weren't there. That's always the awkward thing when I kick somebody, because like I see other people in the queue, And we had a bunch, and then they're just not there anymore. I was like, damn it. Freaking thing's lying to me. Book of Norman? Who the heck is Norman? Is the devil as powerful as God? If not, why does the devil exist? If you can't answer my question, then Christianity is false.
Did somebody say that?
Dr. Well, no, I added the end.
Oh.
Dr. Blitz, stay in science. Leave us, Phil, alone. No, I hate to break it to you guys. Philosophy is grounded in mathematics. So the fact that that guy has a mathematic degree and that's like what he does has primed him and set him up for philosophy. Like he's going to be far better than philosopher than the vast majority of us because he understands mathematics.
You missed some super chats while you were
Okie doke.
talking, I guess.
If you want to debate, get resources, or simply connect more with the Big John Steele community, join the Discord. Amen. Hallelujah. Join the Discord. Let's do some soups. We missed one super chat. Quantum mechanics fix subatomic cars. True. It's true. We learned that in Ant-Man. You cooked Dr. Blitz? Post it. Post it, and I'll tell it. Post it and tag me in it, and I'll tell you if you cooked them. John is ontologically stronger than me. If I exist, John therefore cannot exist. I don't think that's the argument, though. What it's doing is it's creating a set, and then it's saying that in the set it has certain properties, and because the entire set has these properties, then therefore it logically follows that it has to lead to a brute fact. Again, I think the set is arbitrary, and I think that's the problem. Also, Brother Maverick and also John Lennox have a degree in mathematics. John is a professor. Crazy. Einstein is the greatest philosopher then. If he chose to go down that path, he would have been, yeah. It doesn't follow that because you're great at mathematics, you're a great philosopher. I'm just saying you're primed. You're primed for philosophy. Like what you're going to see in philosophy is going to be like, hold on, not that screen, this one. It's going to be something like this. For all x, if x is John, then x is sexy, right? This is going to be like that's mathematics. Oh, sorry, I put that in the wrong place. That's supposed to go here. There we go. That's mathematics. Oh, why isn't it showing up on the screen? What's going on here?
Remember when you mathematically said I was the best wife or something?
Yeah, when I was practicing my argumentation in hold on, I'll bring it up in 2 seconds. I wasn't recording the screen. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Yeah, so this is just me saying that I'm sexy in math. Right? But you're going to need this in philosophy. This is and then even just if P then Q, right? So if P then Q, P therefore Q. This is like a mathematical. That's modus tonens, our ponens, right? And modus ponens, yeah, modus ponens. That's like a mathematical equation, right? P just being the representation of whatever P is, Q being a representation of Q is. When he was talking about set theory, you're looking at things like what is it? It wouldn't be pi, but you could use the symbol of pi, right? And that would be that would include things like all things in P and Q and S would be included in set theory. So for those that were confused, that's generally the idea. Again, this is why somebody who's primed towards mathematics is going to be better at philosophy, because it's just logical systems. That's all it is. Hope that helps. Also, where is see that's what happened. That we had one boring Phil bro conversation, and now we got no one else. Now we got no one else. That's the problem with the Phil bro. As soon as that starts, either everyone else comes up as Phil bro, or you have no one else in the chat. And Phil bro is boring as hell. Boring as hell. Great. It's one of those Phil bro conversations are those conversations that you need to have when you're all sitting around the armchairs, and it's armchair philosophy, and you're having a cigar and a brandy, and then you discuss, yes, but if God is a set, which all of reality, If God is a set with all reality, then we can simply say that God is a brute fact. Yes, yes, quite. That's Phil Bro conversations. Boring as hell. Just to change the topic, no one should sleep with children and see who comes. Oh my God. No, thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Then it's just going to be Numbers 31. Numbers 31. Oh, look at you. You rejected Moses. He rejects his own prophet. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Next D&D session, Silliest Goose versus Quackle is going honk honk in the Camel Dome? Oh, yeah. Stretching of pelvic tissues. What? Okay, we're just moving on from that. You guys got weird on me. You guys have gotten weird on me. You Christians judge too much. You guys don't judge enough. Oh, you want to unalive your baby? That's fine. You do you. You do you, sweetheart. Oh, you want to have a big orgy at your house? That's fine. You do you. You do you, sweetheart. It's fine. Maybe a little bit more judgment would be good. Judgment's not such a bad thing. Bring back bullying. You want to chop off your wiener? Oh, I support you. Bob, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello. I'm 27. Before everything. أعوذ بالشيطان من الله الرجيم بسم المسيح الرحمن الرحيم.
We speak
and now
English
we can start. Yeah, I know.
All right, man. I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
Oh, well, actually, you should be. I am a Christian. As a matter of fact, I was going to ask you, what type of Christian are you?
The best kind. The best kind.
I wonder what kind of Christian he was.
Probably in Coptic. Make bullying great again. Amen. Am I a Baptist? I was baptized.
But you've never baptized anybody, so technically you're not a Baptist.
True. True.
YouTuber 000-0 says, don't even come into agreement with they.
What is that?
I think I accidentally clicked. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. I was an accidental thing. I accidentally clicked. Hold on.
Troy Matthews 9541 says, send a link.
It works. Wow, I didn't know I could do that. Wow, I learned something. I accidentally clicked that and it just worked. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 30.
All right, man. I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
I don't necessarily think that the word Christian, I would just ask, how do I word this? Well, let me just ask you this. Which branch of Christianity are you? Are you Catholic or are you?
Doesn't matter.
It kind of does, though.
Okay. Explain to me why, and I'll answer.
Well, I mean, because the Roman Church gave us Christianity, so I mean, it kind of matters as to why, if you don't agree with Catholicism or if you don't agree with, the different branches of Christianity, then.
For the topic at hand, why does it matter if you know what my denomination is?
Because your denomination started from Rome, right?
That would be true if you could confirm or deny I was a Catholic. So again, why does knowing my denomination have to do with this topic?
Okay, well, let's not talk about your denomination. Let's talk about Christianity as a religion.
Would you claim that you yourself are a Christian?
No.
Okay. What are you?
I'm just a follower of the scriptures.
God bless.
What was before Christianity.
He has the real deal, John.
Yeah. I'm just a follower of the book. I'll just pick open the book and I'm not doing that. That's worst type of people to talk to. Should the title include "Don't Ask My Denom"? Man, I'm gonna need terms and agreement before people click up because basic reading comprehension skills it's just out the window. Out the window.
I mean, I guess technically he was gonna convince you that you're the wrong type of Christian. So
yeah, not really interested by those types of conversations. I found the specific truth. I locked myself in my bedroom and I just read the Bible by itself, and that's all I needed. That's all I needed. John was running. Amen. Amen.
Someone opened up their mouth today. He's running, you see. Just had a little something to say. He's running, you see. Not a fist, not a threat, not a sword. He's running, you see. Just a word, just a word, just a word. He's running, you see. He's running, you see. He's running, you see. From the most harmless things that could ever be. He's running, you see. He's running, you see.
I want to talk to you about radiometric dating. Okay.
What?
I don't know. That's what they said. Bob 2. Hello, how are you? And
No,
just real
that's
quick,
the
how old are
same
you?
guy.
The same guy.
Bob. You just had Bob.
Well, this could be another Bob. It says Bob 2, not
Ain't
Bob
no
1.
way.
Bob 1 and Bob 2 are not numerically identical. Bob.
Bet you they are.
Hello. Yeah. Well, when I asked you what was your denomination, let me just say a bit about myself. I'm exploring the Orthodox faith, but I'm struggling with it. But I want to know what kind of topics do you want to talk about? Because you
Do you know
didn't
how to
seem too
read?
interested. Pardon?
Do you know how to read?
Yeah.
What does the
You said
title say?
why should you be a Christian?
So you don't know how to read.
I can't see it on this website I'm using, actually, that you provide.
So where did you join from?
UK.
No. What platform did you join from?
It's just a link in the description.
Where did you find the link?
On the description of your video, on your live.
Where was that video?
On YouTube.
Great. What was the title of my video?
I didn't see it. It was in the shorts.
The shorts is the same.
So
And the shorts.
on the shorts, there's a title here and there's a title under the video.
Right. I can
What did it
see on
say?
the right. Convince me to leave Christianity. I'm not trying to do that, really.
Okay.
That's the topic, though.
Didn't even look, man. It's as bad as the time I was trying to hire an editor and I called them up and I'm like, okay, so what did you think of the channel? Oh, it was great. And I'm like, oh, what did you like about it? I'm going to be honest. I didn't look. I was like, why would I hire you then? Because I need the job. That's literally what the guy said. I'm like, well, then maybe showing some incentive that you actually want the damn job and look at the channel. Will there be Bob number 3? Who knows, man? Who freaking knows? Guys, smash the like button, share the live. Let's get some guests up here. Are you going to work today?
Yep, I'm gonna leave shortly.
Okay, just curious. I'm going to stick around for a little bit longer because we started later today and I owe you guys that. As much as I don't want to, trust me. They're riveting conversations. If you say the Orthodox have an original church claim, then what's keeping you from Orthodox? Why does everybody assume I am not Orthodox?
Also, just don't.
It's like I say I'm not sharing my denomination. That automatic conclusion is I'm not your denomination.
Don't engage with him. I know exactly what he's trying to do. I've been watching him spam for a hot minute.
Okay. Just saying. Sheikh knows my denomination. He's the only one who knows it. You are too smart to disagree with the Filoque. You're definitely not new here. You must be making a joke. John is my denom because of my own headcanon. It's like vegetarians. John, if you were Orthodox, you wouldn't be able to shut up about it. Oh my goodness. You're too young to be Orthodox. I know a lot of people younger than me. A lot of people younger than me. If I actually told you guys, like, here's the fact. Nobody actually knows. Everybody's got it wrong. Some people have been pretty close, but everybody has gotten it wrong. Everyone. Yes, that includes you. Oh. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
22.
Man, I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
So sorry. If you want to kick me off, you can. I actually just had a question that's not pertaining to this.
What's it pertaining to?
So I was kind of listening to like another debate on TikTok a couple days ago, and a gentleman was talking about how he's an atheist, and a guy came up there and was
Yeah, good kick. I'm gonna kick, even though we don't have anybody else in the queue. John is Amish. Finally got it. Took this long. I got permission from my elders to go out on the internet and use electricity. Got permission. No beard, not orthodox. First Google search. No, you do not have to have a beard in orthodoxy. There you go. Guys, I got it. John is a Christian based. John is a Quaker. True. Definitely Methodist. You got me. Oh, well, yeah, that's actually a good point. Jay Dyer never has a beard. Do I have a monitor on my ceiling? Kind of. It's really close to the ceiling right now. It's about this far from the ceiling. I know you just had a question. I did not answer it. Roman Anglican. Do I only talk to unbelievers? Or either that or people trying to rebuke my behavior. Oh, that's pretty much it. John is a human being. Amen. Amen. John might be a Mormon. You got me. The non-testimonial Northern Southern Pro-Orthodox Church of Christ Bones of the Western East of Roman Constantinople. That is pretty much it. It's actually like one day I might tell you guys, and you're gonna be like, "That makes sense," and I was wrong. We've been over this. John is a member of the non-testimonial Northern South Pro-Orthodox Church of Christ Bones of the Western East of Western Constantinople. That's true. I love you. Have fun.
Love you too. I'm talking.
Huh? Okie doke. You're not gonna do class at all?
No, I think my friend is not.
Okay.
Take a break.
Ah!
Grace joining you. It's okay.
He's a Reformed Protestant. I could tell because how he argues. Ah! Get your nail out of me! Ah! He's doing it again. Ah!
He's grabbing you.
All right, is anyone going to come up? If not, I'll call it a day. I'll go play video games. Like, I'm beat today. Might go to class. I summon a caller. What do I need to roll for that? At this point, it's going to be like a plus, it's going to be like a 50. It's going to be like a 50. Nobody wants to come up and argue it because they have to argue the positive. If I was arguing the positive, they would come up. The new black flag is flag, not what I said. Is pretty good. I'm saving up to get it. I'll get black flag probably next month. Probably. We'll see how much money I got. I technically could get it right now, but you got to be wise with your money. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 26.
All right, man. I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
There's a lot of reasons that I would say to not believe in something I consider to be mythical or like fairy tale. But the real focus I want to pin down is I want to talk about original sin. Do you think that is the reason that tornadoes happen and babies, cancer, all that?
What do you mean?
I mean, do you think Adam and Eve, well, I guess first off, is that story literal?
There are literal aspects to it, sure.
What are the literal aspects?
Doc, what's your argument?
Well, I think that it's an insane reason. Like original sin, once you dismantle original sin, it doesn't make sense that a loving God exists, essentially.
Okay,
so,
what's the argument?
The argument is that original sin is an insane story about an evil God and a good snake and Adam and Eve that are victims. Well, okay, I can explain why I came to that conclusion, but like, well, I guess I want to ask, like,
what is the semantic of original sin doing here? What does that mean?
It means that, like, how is this an explanation? If original is, I guess the starting question is original sin the reason? Like, do you hold to that?
You're not telling me what the semantic of original sin is. You just keep asking me, did original sin do that? I don't know.
I need to know for clarification. I need to know for clarification what you think original sin, how that pertains to chaos in the world.
What you mean by original sin?
That Adam and Eve disobeyed God, and that God is angry and punished everyone forever because of their decision.
So your definition of original sin is Adam and Eve did bad and God's smacking people around?
I mean, what else is isn't that a common
It sounds like a conclusion. I just want to know what the word original sin means, theologically speaking.
It would mean whatever caused the fall of man, right? Like it would be like the first thing that caused us to not be perfect.
Sin. Yeah, so Adam and Eve did the first sin, sure.
Okay. So that story rings, it holds the truth of, like, did it literally happen? Was all of humanity the offspring of Adam and Eve?
Yes.
So all of humanity is an incestual offspring of Adam and Eve?
Sure.
How does that, why would you take that, like a story in a 2,000-year-old book, over mountains of evidence for evolution?
That's not 2,000 years old. The story of Jesus
3,000 ancient from antiquity. Whatever.
About 6,000.
Sure. Why would you take a story from antiquity over mountains of contemporary evidence?
What mountains of contemporary evidence?
For evolution? I'm going to have to go through and explain, like, what do you want? Are you going to point to, like, some missing link? Like, it's just,
I'm not pointing to anything. You're the one who's trying to convince me why I should not be a Christian. And somehow you've done like this weird like twist where you're like, okay, I don't like original sin because God bad me, Adam and Eve can't exist because of evolution.
I think it's a valid internal critique as to, like, if this is some explanation
that's
for
not
why.
A valid internal critique to what I just said. My criticism to you was you're not picking an argument. And then you said it's a valid, or it might be, but which argument are we doing? Are we doing original sin? Or are we doing evolution contradicts Christianity?
Okay, fine. We can abandon evolution. It's kind of insane.
Doug, I don't care which topic you want to pick. Just pick one. I can't argue 7 different topics at once, though.
I can concede, like, whatever. I guess I will just leave it up in the air whether evolution is real and true. Whatever, sure. Okay. We can just talk about original sin and we can moralize about that. I think the story is fucked up. Like, it's a bad story. If elements of it are literal,
Okay.
First of all, I don't even know how you would identify what is literal and what is not. That's
a
you just
different
using
topic.
it
Which topic do you want to do? You want to talk about textual criticism, or you want to talk about how you don't like what God did?
I guess we'll talk about I don't like the story. It's a weird story. Like so first of all, it doesn't even talk about like bone cancer or the tornadoes or anything. It doesn't talk about like the consequence of eating the fruit to be the fall of man. Like it just says that curses the soil, like literally the earth, like the dirt. It's a bunch of ancient people.
What's the argument here?
The argument is that it's a bad. It's immoral. It's an immoral foundation for like an explanation for why.
Great. How do you know it's immoral?
Because okay, so now we're going to go. Now you're shifting. Now we're shifting into the morality discussion.
No, I'm not shifting. You
asked me how I feel it's immoral.
It's literally not a shift. You said I don't think it's true because it's immoral. So me asking how you know it's immoral is not a shift at all.
Okay, that's
it's actually
fair. I'll grant that. That's fine. That's fine. That's fair. So I think it's immoral because we want a clean answer here because it is unnecessary wrongdoing. Like this big, massive entity. Well, is it necessary? Could it have been otherwise? Is God not all powerful?
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with your definition. I'm just saying you're just giving me a definition. My question is, how do you know it's immoral? You're presupposing that's what is moral.
Does it not bring harm? Did God not set up the conditions for the tree that would kill them? Like it's bringing harm. It's bringing harm, and the harm is unnecessary definitionally.
Yeah, that's fine. But what I'm saying is you're presupposing that that's immoral.
Is it not immoral to punish people for things that they like? If someone has Tourette's and they say something that's offensive to you, are you within your rights to punch them in the face?
Are you asking me to substantiate your argument?
It would help if you would answer the question.
Well, I'm not going to substantiate your argument. It's your argument. You need to prove to me that it's immoral.
Okay, fine. I will just say that no, you shouldn't punch someone in the face if they have Tourette's. It's a weird question to not answer.
Why?
But okay, fine. You shouldn't because they can't control it. It is involuntary. Adam and Eve hadn't eaten the fruit. They hadn't eaten the fruit. They didn't know good from evil. They're innocent. Like the story describes innocent people being punished, and not only that, innocent people being punished forever.
It's a terrible straw man. It literally says that they know.
It says that they were aware of the command, but it also says that it's a basic inference.
It's not a basic inference. The author there, right?
No, it is.
Hold on. You've been yapping a lot. You said you want an answer to a question. Let me answer a question.
That's fine. I'll sit back.
Yeah. So the authors aren't idiots, right? There's obviously an understanding when God says, "Don't do this, for there'll be a consequence," right? The assumption in that is that they understood.
Is disobedience good or bad? Is it evil or is it like what is disobedience?
What does it have to do with anything I just said?
Because if you don't understand if disobedience is good or bad, you don't know right from wrong, you don't know good from evil, then how could you possibly know that these aren't just how could you know what death is in a perfect world? How could you know what good and how could you know what disobedience is?
So it's a similar of like, hey, don't touch the hot stove for it's going to burn you. I've given you knowledge.
And also,
let me finish. You wanted an answer.
Sure, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah. And then you touch the hot stove. Now you have knowledge of what the implications of that are. So the common understanding, like that's not even like there's no single scholar that thinks that Adam and Eve were just completely ignorant to the consequence of what they were going to do. Like this is just something that Reddit atheists have come up with. They understood.
Well, they were born less than a week ago, but
how do you know?
Because the story itself.
It doesn't say how long they were in the garden before they ate from the tree. It does not mention.
I guess so. So we'll just assume from silence.
I'm not assuming anything. You made a claim. I'm asking you to substantiate that. I'm not saying it's 1,000 years. I'm not saying it's a week. What I'm saying is there's a rhetorical goal from the author, and the rhetorical goal from the author is that they were aware of the consequence from eating the tree.
Okay, so let's go with the hot stove thing. Again, this is why it is very important for me to know whether or not you think original sin is the explanation for bone cancer in children and like hurricanes and stuff.
That's completely. You need to pick a topic, my friend. You're all over the place.
No, I need to know what position, like what does original sin like influence in your theology? Like how does it matter to you?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about, man?
Because if it because if it doesn't matter to you, then why are we talking about? It's like, do you care about this story? Is it the explanation for evil in the world? Is it the explanation for like the fall of man?
Evil existed, right? Evil doesn't actually exist. Evil is a privation of what is good. And when they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they were separated from God. Of that day you will surely die. They were sentenced to death. They were sent out into the world. And the separation from what good is evil.
Okay. So cancer would have existed regardless of Adam and Eve's action. Like, this is important stuff.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Like, I need to know, like, whether, like, how do we explain why bad stuff happens if God is loving? That's the core of that's the thrust of the argument.
Make the argument, man. Asking a question isn't an argument. Asking why do these things happen? Hold on. Asking why do these things happen actually has the implicit answer that there is some sort of explanation. Because you wouldn't say why if there was zero explanation. You would simply give an argument why there is no explanation. Now, as long as there is some sort of explanation out there, I could just appeal to mystery.
Okay. Okay. It's a strange thing. I've listened into the show enough times to know that, like, sometimes questions, it's like, I'm doing an internal critique of your worldview. I'm going to have to ask questions about what your worldview is before I just start assuming things about what you think about the universe. Like, I just need to know, like, if you have, is your theology an explanation for this or is it not?
Dog, you don't need to ask me 1,000,000,001 questions to make an argument. You can simply make an argument and then we can go through it.
You said I was yapping earlier and I was making points on my own. And then the second I ask a question, it's like, oh, what do you mean 1,000,000,001? I just want to know. I don't think original sin is a good explanation for the horrors in the world.
Awesome.
And I don't think Christianity I think atheism offers a much better explanation, a much more morally satisfying explanation than a magic fruit story from, antiquity.
Okay, do you want a cookie?
You're
just telling me what you prefer.
Because it's better for humanity. You want a reason to leave. I think it's better for humanity. Stop telling children that they're dirty and pointing to original sin.
Again, that's just some sort of conclusion. How do you know this?
I wouldn't have to make some presumptive conclusion if you would just answer questions.
You make conclusions because you don't have arguments, right? So here's basic argumentation.
I have many, but you won't. They hinge on your answers.
They don't hinge on you. So here's what you do. You make an argument, right? The argument logically follows. Then from there, we can go through it. I could be like, I disagree with premise 1. And you'd be like, no, you don't disagree with premise 1. Can you answer this question? And then I answer the question in the premise.
But you refuse hold
on. To figure out if we actually agree with the premises as we go through it. You are not actually presenting an argument. You're just drawing conclusions. Give me an argument why I should believe these.
We need a syllogism. So we need some kind of syllogism.
It doesn't have to be a syllogism. It can be informal, but you actually have to give me a reason to believe things. Simply stating, oh, we're better, doesn't make me believe anything.
I'm trying to moralize the story. I'm trying to talk about the morals in the story that explain, supposedly, a lot of Christians, they believe that the fall of man explains why bad things happen, like in a very general, broad strokes kind of sense. So if that's not how you think about it, I need to know that.
I gave you the answer. I said, when Adam and Eve ate from the knowledge of tree of good and evil, they were separated from what is good, introducing evil.
Okay,
I gave that answer.
That they were given adequate information beforehand to explain the stakes of the scenario. It's it's like telling your kid, okay, don't touch this hot stove. It's going to burn you, but also it's going to burn everyone forever. It doesn't. They want the entirety. So that the reason I have such a hard time with original sin is that it's a paragraph. Adam, and presumably Adam told Eve this later.
Crazy. It's like a paragraph, and you're taking a whole theological information from just a paragraph. Wow, wild.
No, what I'm saying is that this paragraph is apparently moral justification for evil entering the world, the separation from God. I didn't choose to be separated from God. Eve and Adam did. That's the point. We shouldn't punish people for their ancestors' mistakes.
Hold on. Okay, great. Is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior?
No. He was a guy. He was some Jew in the desert a while ago.
I didn't choose to be separated from God. Do you accept Jesus as Lord? No.
I can't choose what convinces me. You can't choose what you believe. Yeah, I'm unconvinced of the claim.
Yeah, you don't have to
I
be
don't.
convinced of it to call Jesus your Lord and follow him. Why?
Yes,
Why
you
do you have
do.
to be? Why?
Well, because I would be praying to an imaginary friend so he doesn't burn my ghost.
Again, why do you have to actually believe it to follow him?
Well, I can, okay, so if what you're asking is, can I like follow some of the teachings? It's like,
No,
yeah, sure.
I'm asking, can you literally do everything that Jesus commanded you to do without having a head knowledge of his existence?
Everything? I wouldn't do that because apparently
I'm
he's
not
God and
asking
I don't
if
want
you
to
would,
burn
I'm
women
asking,
alive for
could you?
sleeping around.
I'm asking, could you?
I hypothetically could, but a lot of
Great.
what is commanded
So
is
you
evil in
don't
the Bible,
need,
and I wouldn't do it.
fine, yeah, so then you reject him. So you're literally doing the thing that you said, Adam and Eve, that you didn't do. Adam and
Well,
Eve
no,
rejected God,
I
and you're
can't.
sitting here
No,
rejecting God and being like, why is God punishing me for
I
Adam
want.
and Eve rejecting God? It's
I
an
want
internal,
you to believe that Darth Vader is a real guy.
hold on. It's an internal critique, is it
Fine.
not?
Mine is sure, yes.
So if it's an internal critique, then I don't need to prove to you he actually exists. That's an external critique.
Okay. My sticking point right now is I think that the most important thing to hone in on this conversation to make it productive is you cannot choose what you believe. Like you can't choose to think that Darth Vader is a real guy or Superman is a real guy or Spider-Man is a real guy, even though New York is mentioned in Spider-Man. Like you can't.
So what?
Like you know what I mean? Like you can't choose. You can't make yourself believe anything. I've been presented information. I'm unconvinced. It's
Again,
unfair
is this
to
an
punish me for
internal
that.
critique or an external critique?
So define external critique then, I guess.
An external critique would be like, yeah, Jesus Christ can't be God because of certain ontological aspects. That'd be external. Internal means that you presuppose the Christian worldview and find contradictions. So if the Christian worldview is presupposed, then Jesus says, blessed are those that have not seen and still believe. The idea behind that is you make the choice. It's a decision. You don't have to be mentally convinced of it. You could still go to church. You could still worship. You could still participate in the sacraments. You could still do all those things.
Right. Okay. But I just want to hold your feet to the fire because
my feet are
can
nowhere
you
near
choose?
The fire. I'm walking on
Can
ice.
you choose? Can you choose? Sure. That's funny. I like you. I think you're very funny. So can you choose what you believe?
There's no way you just asked me that question.
I know, but like I need a definitive answer.
There's
like,
no way that you asked me that question.
But like it's important because
it's impossible. I literally just went into the explanation for that.
No. Hold on.
There's no way.
Let me explain. It's still an internal critique because in your worldview, like in your day-to-day life, this matters. You don't choose what you find funny. You don't choose to do that. Like
you don't choose what you believe.
Here,
do you have to believe that Jesus Christ actually existed to follow him?
Let me try and give this internal critique then. Let's try and explicitly keep it internal. Like, okay, so I can
demands I answer the question. I answer the question and he completely ignores it.
Hypothetically, I think I'm trying to land this plane. Maybe I will, maybe I won't.
So dude, I literally just answered the question, but you refuse to listen.
Hold on. Hypothetically, yes, I absolutely can I can follow, I can use my physical body to do the things and say the things and, live in the message. But will I believe that this ancient guy is actually a deity? No. And I can't make myself believe that. And if I don't believe that, what's the point?
Because you operate in a way as if it were true.
And that would better my life?
Dog. Who gives a fuck?
Fine.
If it betters your life.
Fine.
What does that have to do with anything?
We're getting in the mud. Or I don't. The point is, you can't choose what you believe, and so the idea that original sin, I guess we'll get back to that. The idea that explains, like, separation from God is like I didn't choose to be separated. We'll go all the way back. Like again, I can't choose.
Do you call Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior?
Here we go. Right, the merry-go-round. Okay, let me try and do it a different way this time. Obviously, no. Okay, no, I don't.
Could you do it?
If I believed it, I would.
So, I'm not asking if you would. Could you do it? Is there anything that's stopping you from doing it?
I'm making the distinction between I can lift my arm right now, but I can mime faith. I can mime belief, but I can't literally believe. Like you can't choose to believe you're on fire
dog,
right
answer
now.
the question. Is there anything stopping you from following Jesus as if he was Lord of the universe?
Yes.
What?
Reasonable evidence.
Is that stopping you? How's it physically stopping you?
Again, it doesn't physically stop me. It
so
mentally
okay, then we'll
stops
go
me.
back. What is stopping you?
A lack of belief.
Okay,
But
how is lack belief physically stopping you?
Again, you're making this weird conflation.
There's
it
no
doesn't physically
conflation.
stop me.
What?
It mentally
So nothing is.
stops.
So then, what is stopping you?
I can say that I believe I can fly, but I'm not going to go walk off a fucking cliff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fine. That's completely irrelevant to what I'm saying.
How is that irrelevant? All right. I don't know if we're getting anywhere.
Dog, it's such a simple concept.
I guess I'll give you the equivalent of
your
I'm
argument
praying for
here.
you.
Hold on, it's a simple argument. I don't know how you're not getting it. Your whole argument here is that God big mean guy because he doesn't allow me to make the choice. You could still choose. Nothing is stopping you. You're just saying I'm not convinced of it. Who gives a fuck? Just do it.
Does Satan have free will?
Just what does that have to do with anything?
It means because, like, basically, if Satan was aware of God's literal existence, like I desire to be, I want to know that God literally exists. Satan is supposedly literally aware that God exists, and if he has free will, he chose to reject God. Presumably, I would do the same thing.
It's almost like you're doing exactly what I'm saying, even though Satan knows, he chooses not to. So therefore, you knowing isn't contingent on you doing, is it?
But the problem is, I'm not in the position of Satan. I don't literally know that he exists. He has yet to come down and like reveal anything to me. Like I have no way of knowing.
Who cares? I don't care about your feelings, bro. I'll mail you a hug. Address the actual arguments.
What? Okay. Let's sum it up. Let's sum it up. Where do we think the argument's at right now?
The argument is simply this: you're making a statement that God is unjust because you do not have the ability to choose him. Except you haven't actually shown me how you do not have the ability to choose him. You're simply giving me a reason why you haven't chosen him.
Do you get to choose what you find funny? I swear to God, if you ask me how that's relevant.
Yeah, how the fuck is it relevant? Pardon me, that's the third time I swore. But I'm swearing because this guy is the silliest freaking goof.
Thing. Belief is the same mechanism. You don't get to choose what you find reasonable. Did I get hung up on?
If I jump off a cliff, me falling, is that going to be relevant on whether or not I can believe I can fly or not?
Yes.
Oh, so if I jump off a cliff and I believe I can fly, I'm just going to start flying?
No.
No, I'm going to fall, right?
What you do.
I'm going to fall.
There's a difference between what you do literally and what you believe is true.
Stop trying to guess where I'm going to go. I'm going to fall, right?
Okay. Yeah, sure. I'll play along.
So
yes.
Me jumping off the cliff has no relevance on what I believe what will happen.
That's stupid. That's just dumb. Like
answer the question. If it's so dumb, you should be able to answer it. Answer it.
Yeah, what you believe matters, because if you believe you're going to fall, you're not going to fucking jump off the cliff in the first place.
Lots of people do that all the time. What are you talking about?
Oh, for like cliff diving when they think it's safe at the bottom? Like what you believe dictates what you do. If I don't believe that this restaurant has like enough ethical, or I don't know, if it's a shady restaurant, maybe I'll be less inclined to believe that the food is safe. Like what you believe dictates what you do all the time.
Are you stating it's ontologically impossible due to the opposite of what you believe?
Ontologically, okay. I'm familiar with that word, but it's failing me in this moment. Let's define it.
What exists in reality?
Okay.
Are you stating it's impossible to do the opposite of what one believes?
I would reframe the question a little bit. I would only add,
just answer the damn question. Stop changing it. Stop changing it. Just answer the damn question.
Sure, yes. I would say it's impossible to do what you don't believe is reasonable. You're always going to do what you find reasonable.
Why did you change the question?
Okay, fine.
Notice that, chat. Notice that, chat. Every time I ask a question, people have to change it before they answer it.
We'll strip it down and see where that goes. Sure. So the question strips down is what? Is it impossible to?
It's impossible to do the opposite of what you believe.
That's a tough one. It's a decent question. It's not quite hitting home with like what I'm trying to talk about.
On, you're
so I will
stupid.
say no. I'll say no.
It's such a simple question. Synth, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 27. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you, man. All right, man. I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
I just wanted to kind of just disprove that last caller that you have to have faith to be a Christian just because.
Then go to, send him a DM. All right. Tim Miller, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hi, I'll be 41 in August. I'm actually a Christian as well, and I just want.
Simplest questions, man. John, go play video games. Happy almost birthday though, bro. Happy almost birthday. I mean, we haven't been live even remotely close to what we normally do. You feel my pain? Thank you. Thank you. Also, I apologize for my swear words. Not something I want to do in the channel. My goodness gracious. Forgive me. Hit that like button. Thank you. I got you, bro. I got you. I got you. All right. Let's see if we can get one. You will never forgive me? Fair.
What's
hello,
up, bro?
how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 19. Could you grant me the precept that unaliving people who have done nothing wrong is wrong?
Smelt the douchebaggery Phil bro from a mile away. And I'm just too angry at this point from the last conversation to deal with that. Oh, we'll play it because everybody's going to claim it anyways.
Someone opened up their mouth today. He's running, you see. Just had a little something to say. He's running, you see. Not a fist, not a threat, not a sword. He's running.
Can't disprove what? Nothing was made. Stop requesting and get blocked. You can come up a different day.
He's running, you see. He's running, you see. He's running, you see.
Why are the super chat spots popping up now?
Things that could ever be. He's running, you see. He's running, you see. Just syllables floating.
Yeah,
but
I offered you a chance to come up another day. You didn't respect the boundaries. Now you're blocked.
Someone said, actually, I think he's running, you see.
All right. For your pain, brother. I know you have a vacation soon. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Hope this helps your stress. Appreciate you. Come one and all, come watch John Steele suffer. John Steele suffer. My goodness gracious. No, you could smell that. You could smell the knowledge gapping clip bro attitude from a mile away. Mile away there. As soon as they go a million miles a second and they start using jargon, you know exactly where it's going to go. It's going to be a waste of time. Waste of time. Can we actually debate people instead of rapidly finding reasons to kick people? I talked to that last guy for 20 minutes. 20 minutes. So why don't you come up and we'll give you 20 minutes and we'll see what you got. I do look handsome. Thank you. How tall am I? I'm 5'1". I don't let people talk. I tell you what, why don't you go back to the last conversation, timed how much vocal time we had each. We'll see. We'll see who lets who talk. I dare you to do it. I triple dog dare you to do it. Towards your copy of AC4 Resynced. Thank you. Unfortunately, I have to put that towards bills. Just because you guys send the money doesn't mean I can spend it on what I want. You know that, right? I have to pay my bills first. Am I a believer in Jesus? I sure am. Invite Jesus to the live. He's already here, bro. He's already here. For where 2 or 3 are gathered. Have I considered debating Professor David? I don't even know who that is. Nietzsche? No, I haven't read much Nietzsche. Also, that's Abbie's money. Amen. Amen. This is why life on the Oregon was easier, John. No, big thank you. We're actually watching a TV show right now about the Oregon Trail. 1886, I think is what it's called. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Although there's a freaking girl keeps doing poetry throughout it. We're just like, shut up. Our brains like tune off every time she starts her poetry. For the land doesn't care if you love it. It's like, shut up. Shut up. Oh, wait, what? Ogren. Oh, my God. Shut up. Not Oregon. Ogren. Shut up. Shut up. Everyone shut up. Even my own people. Even my own people. Am I willing to come to apologetics conference in Polk Country, Florida? I don't know. Maybe. Probably not. There's going to be a whole bunch of Christians there, and they're the worst. It is a good show, right? It's pretty sad, though. He doesn't like when women talk. Oh, dude, I literally thought you're a woman. Then I pulled up your profile picture. You're not. I wanted to see the profile picture. I'm like, is that a woman? I was going to make like a sexist comment, and then turned out you weren't a woman. I just thought to. The D&D went great. The D&D went great. My background is dope. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate it. We worked hard on it. We're going to change that poster, though. We just haven't gotten to it. Explain how you make yourself believe something. You don't. That's the whole point. I can't believe you don't get that argument. I can't believe you guys don't understand. You do not have to mentally be convinced that Jesus Christ ontologically exists to operate as if he does. And what he is trying to say is that it's impossible to operate in contrary to what you believe, which is like not even true. People do it all the time. For example, me and Abbie went and played the slot machines. We did not believe we would win. We still played. Long time ago. You want to get a crucifix for your birthday? They're not that expensive. I watched Nefarious was okay. It was okay. People do it all the time. It's called a reductio. Yep. You are convinced or something, or I can't believe you guys think that I'm taking the position that you can be convinced of something different. Like the reading literacy rate in this world is insane. It is insane. Like I feel like I'm explaining these things very simply, and they can't get it. And either I got the craziest Dunning-Kruger effect in the world, or like, my God, these people are so stupid. One of the two. One of the two. Flip a coin. Flip a coin. I choose to believe it's the latter, and you can't convince me of whatever. Did we win at the slot machines? We did not. Because I don't understand how evidence works. Come up and explain to me how evidence works. Go on. Link is in the chat. Go ahead. Stop talking in the chat. Stop being a coward. Click the little button and let's have a conversation. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Hi, man. I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
Yeah, I would say there isn't enough reasonable evidence to come to the conclusion of the integral claims to Christianity.
Okay,
Meaning that
congratulations.
the core claims of Christianity, there isn't enough evidence for them.
Okay, congratulations.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I say one would ought to be a Christian.
Yeah, that's why
Wanna
you're
engage on
not
them
a
or-
Christian. Why ought I not be?
Can I? Okay, wait, yeah. So, what? Yeah, because there isn't enough evidence. For example, claim that Jesus preached that he was God. There isn't enough claim that that was what he truly preached. Evidence that that was what he truly preached. There isn't enough evidence for
Okay, again,
essentially the
you're just
integral
kind of
claim
you're just kind of telling me what
that
you
he's
believe
God,
and why.
that
Like
he's
how do
one
you
with
come to these
like, the
conclusions?
Father.
Like for example, you say there's not enough evidence. Can you give me the sufficient conditions on what we would consider enough evidence?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah, so you say that there's not enough evidence to believe that he is God. Can you give me the sufficient conditions on what would be considered enough evidence to believe that he is God?
Yeah, I mean, what we would expect is merely just reasonable evidence to come to such conclusion.
Yeah,
Like the
that's
evidence,
what I'm
what the
saying.
problem?
What
So
is
what I'm
the
saying is that what we
sufficient?
have now is that we.
Hold on. Now you're going to tell me what we don't have. What I'm asking is, what is the sufficient conditions to say that we have enough evidence?
Now, I was going to say what we have and why it's contradictory, but what would be sufficient is what would be sufficient. What would be sufficient would also be what we don't have. I mean, I'm not necessarily sure what would be sufficient. What would be
Okay, you're
sufficient
stating
in
that
of
we
itself
don't
is-
have sufficient amount of evidence, but you don't know what is sufficient amount of
Yeah.
evidence. So how do you know we don't have it?
Yeah, I know we don't have because what we have is not sufficient in that it contradicts.
Do you know what a
itself.
circular argument is?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
I
not
asked
see
you
it.
how
Yeah,
we
I don't
know
see how
it's
this
not
figures.
sufficient, and you said because it's not sufficient.
Then I worded it wrong. What we currently have is not sufficient because it does not sustain the final claim. They don't allow us to infer the final claim properly.
Yeah, you're just using a tautology now. When you say it's not sufficient because it doesn't sustain the final claim, that is literally just the
Yeah.
definition of sufficient. So again, how do you know it's not sufficient if you don't know what sufficient evidence is?
Okay, so could you show the opposite? Could you show that what we have is sufficient?
I could, I'm not going to.
I mean, I'm open to be shown. Otherwise, I'm for like the reason why I see is that
I'll give you books
the
if you want to
historical
read the books
Jesus-
if you're open.
I mean, I
If you're
could grant what I'm
if you're
saying.
truly making the argument or the claim here that you're open to the information, then I will give you the books, and those books should be sufficient enough for you to be convinced.
That's granted, I guess. Fair.
Do you want the books?
Yeah, sure.
So first, why don't you read "Can We Trust the Gospels" by Bryant is it Bryant Petrie or Peter J. Williams? I think it's Bryant Petrie. It's very short. Read that, come back to me, and then I'll give you the next one.
Wait, sorry. I was thinking. Sorry. Could you say that again?
It's "Can We Trust the Gospels?" I think it's by Bryant Peter J. Hold on, I'll get the exact author. Sorry. Peter J. Williams. So yeah, it's Peter J. Williams. So Can We Trust the Gospel by Peter J. Williams. It's a very short read. You could probably do it in a weekend. It's going to be the starting foundation of your education towards whether or not there's enough evidence to believe in Jesus Christ and the resurrection. Once you've read that, come back and talk to me, and I'll give you another one that goes a little deeper.
Fair. Cheers, then, I guess. Nice talking with you.
All right, man. God bless.
You too.
Can I put all my books in the pin? I am trying to put them on the website, and I just keep forgetting to do it. I have that book on the website. You don't need to be a member to access my recommended books, but I'll pick a day one day, and I'll go through them all and update it for everyone if they need it. I just haven't done it yet. Read this book. Nice counter argument, bro. If the book did you any good, articulate what it taught you. It's not a counter argument. Again, you guys need to learn basic argumentation. The topic here is, why am I Christian? Why ought I not be? That does not mean I have to prove Christianity. If the guy is genuinely open to getting the information, I gave him a path to get the information. I spent 5 years arguing the affirmative for Christianity. If you really want it, go back and watch old lives. Atheists, well, people are just extra spicy in general. 5 years of not answering questions and kicking people. Why don't you come up? Because again, kicking people when I allow them to talk for 20 plus minutes is crazy work. So why don't you come up? Let's hear your argument. Because all I see in the chat is a lot of, I won't even call it ad homs. Just say being dicks and no argumentation. You can't, I can believe how stupid they are. It's really not that hard, especially in the shorts chat. Comment warriors, amen. Can we trust the Gospels written decades after Jesus died? Literally hearsay fairy tale. Yeah, they're actually stupid. I'm not being a dick. No, you're being fine. You're being fine. 20 minutes not answering questions, and you want me to come up there so you cannot answer questions. LOL, no. You're correct. It's not my position to answer your questions. You guys need to learn that questions are not arguments. The debate platform, the topic is for you to convince me to leave, not for you to ask 1,000,001 questions. If you have questions, I got books you can read. Go on live without saying bad faith argument. Once we have a whole live without a bad faith argument, I'll do that. Short chat is always crazy. Short chat is literally where we have a whole song dedicated to how awful shorts chat is usually.
They're sending us out to the comment section, into the trenches with no protection, where reason dies and chaos reigns. The shorts chat battlefield where nothing remains. We march into the spam and the bots. The brain rot takes everyone we've got. 15 seconds of absolute hell. This is where good soldiers fell. We're going to the shorts chat where souls go to die. Moderating madness.
The author was Peter J. Williams. That was the author of that book. W song, yes. The short chat is full of mentally ill 12-year-olds. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'd never be caught in the short chat. Well, maybe we need some people over there modding it. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hi, man. How you doing? I'm 40.
Hi, man. I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
Well, you just got the terms wrong. The Christian means the prophecies.
This guy, yeah.
You already believe in Islam, man. No, why would you ban? Like, you don't believe in free speech.
Yeah. Well, we kicked him. We've allowed that guy to speak for literal hours on this channel. Literal hours over the past, like, I don't know how long. Comes up every day. You're on my GOAT list for apologetics. Been listening for almost 2 years. My faith has grown a lot in time. Don't have much to give, but God bless. Thank you very much. Don't put me on your GOAT list, though. I'm nowhere near that category. Am I born again? I don't know. Take a guess. Is this person going to connect? I'll try again. Oh. What's my favorite atheist arguments? Favorites? I don't know. I think the most problematic is going to be if God could. Is it logically possible God could actualize a world where people only choose to freely do the good? If the answer to that is yes, then why didn't God actualize a world where people only choose to freely do the good? That is probably one of the stronger arguments against Christianity, although I butchered the deliverance of it. Because the second premise wouldn't be why. It'd just be he didn't. Mm-hmm. Curious, new here. Assuming you aren't really looking at to leave your religion, is that correct? Have you have any arguments actually ever felt reasonable ever if it doesn't persuade you? I just gave you one, but I don't think it's a defeater. I think it opens some mystery. And Christians have to be okay with some mystery. There's this unfair standard that society throws upon Christians that they cannot have any mystery or nuance to their beliefs. Yet they live in their own world with mystery and nuance. Part of the scientific method is being okay with saying, I don't know. But when Christian says the same thing, then they'll say, oh, well, see, your religion is false. My view on the resurrection is put simply this: unless there is scientific evidence, by which I mean DNA tests, autopsies, complete audio and video recordings, and so on, I'm not convinced of it. Okay, congratulations. Again, why should we care about your individual mental state? If you have an unreasonable standard of what convinces you, that does not mean that all should hold to that unreasonable standard. What is a SOT list? What is a SOT list? I'm going to give this guys like 10, 15 more minutes. If we don't get anyone else up or have a good conversation at that point, I'm going to jump on. As a scientist and a Christian, the double standard bothers me. It really does. Stryker, he's a lawyer. He makes the joke that he sits around his lawyer friends and just automatically says testimony isn't evidence, and they all look at him with a side eye because they don't understand the joke in there. But the reality is, like, we were talking about this last night. If testimony wasn't evidence, you wouldn't need lawyers. You just present the evidence. There's a lot of double standards. Why is it unreasonable? Because we don't confirm anything historically through those means. My office has become very confused by my joke. Other than debating, do you minister to others? Why do you care? Yeah, no need for lawyers or expert witnesses or any witnesses or judges or juries. You could just provide the evidence. Yeah. If you want to have someone call people slurs and cuss them out, I can do that for you. No, thank you. No, thank you. You're good. You are good. All right, guys. I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be? Ought I not be? Are we going to get a good faith caller? Who knows? Mm-hmm. You're missing the point. I'm not talking about normal natural events. I'm talking about supernatural events. Then you're special pleading. Now, I'm not going to argue with you in the chat. If you want to argue, come up in the link thingamajig, whatchamacallit. So, I like long walks at the beach, cold coffee, bathing in the sun. Are you a Christian first or a follower of Yeshua? You can't be both. The church, politics, Yeshua said, sure, buddy. So many people get all their information from TikTok. So the new Wolverine game, again, I'm not getting excited about it because I don't have a PlayStation. So why should I get excited about it? PC gaming, the way to go, but unfortunately, them exclusives, bro. Them exclusives. Not an argument against Christianity as a whole, but how do you personally reconcile the different sects of interpretations as an ex-Catholic? It's one of the thoughts I always held. You just shifted to a completely different topic. And like I said, I'm not going to argue with you in the chat. Sexiest of all time. I'll take that. PC gaming is supreme. That's great. What game am I going to play today? I don't know, man. I might bite the bullet and buy back Black Flag. Might bite the bullet. I probably should do some work though, to be honest. Where the callers at? Who knows, man? It's been a rough few weeks for getting callers in. It's been a rough few weeks. Yeah, I don't have a PS5, bro. And I can't justify buying a PS5 by any means. Not especially with like the PC I have, man. Like, cause I got a beast PC right now. So buying a PS5 is being incredibly frivolous. I forget the word it is. Should try the vintage story. What? Frivolous. Yeah, frivolous. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's way better than console. To a certain extent. Let's be honest. When I did play on console, I very rarely had crashes. On PC, I get crashes all the time, which is really annoying, especially when you're like halfway through like a story mission where it's really giving a lot of exposition, and like, oh my god, and then it crashes and you got to listen to all the exposition again. Resync is not worth it. I don't know, man. It looks pretty good. I tried the original and I got bored, but I don't think I really gave it a shot. I had really bad. My OCD was really heavy that day, or in general that time period of my life. So it was really hard for me to get into things because I was thinking about other things. I like the idea of floating around on a pirate ship and just doing piracy. That's infuriating. PC, yeah, it's still way better, right? Like I get well over 100 frames in gaming. I'm never going to get that on a PlayStation 5. Hello and blessings. I'm curious to know, how would you study the Bible with highlighters? Do you organize colors with certain meanings like vocab, emphasize messages, memories? I've done it a few ways. I usually, so the first time I did it, I just highlighted things that were important to me. That was it. And then I just put a tag on each page that I highlighted so I can get quick access to it. And then the second time I tried to highlight things that were important to apologetics. In all honesty, I think highlighting is kind of, I don't do it anymore. I do it on Kindle alone because I can easily references my highlights on Kindle, and I use my Kindle specifically for studying. So like if I really need to reference something, I go to my Kindle and pull it up really quick. You can't do that in a book. You got to like flip through it and look for the highlight, which takes forever. Because I did that with the Quran. I highlighted all the verses in the Quran, and then I was like, oh, hold on, wait, I got the highlighted, and I'd flip them, and then people waiting like 10 minutes to find it. I actually think highlighting in a book is a waste of time, personally. It might be good for committing it to memory, or like if you tag a page, you could do that, but it depends on what you're studying and why. I think there's like this unnecessary thing, like all Christians should highlight in their Bible and write things and blah, blah, blah. I think you just do what's good for you. I've really tried to get in Logos a few times and I cannot do it. Cannot do it. I tried again recently. The app is too convoluted. Rewent. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hi, can you?
I could for a second. Try again.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
You're good. How old are you?
Hello, hello. 34.
All right, man. I'm a Christian. Why ought I not be?
Oh, this was actually not particularly related to that question. It was something that I wrote in the chat and you were responding to it. So I was just figuring I could hop on.
What was I responding to?
I was the thing about different kinds of standards of evidence for different kinds of claims. And I was just curious why you think it is unreasonable to demand sort of scientific grade evidence for the resurrection.
Because it's an historical claim and we don't use those methodologies to establish historical facts.
But I would say that the fact that we don't use them isn't really relevant for what we should demand. I mean, isn't it just
Okay.
the case?
Yeah, you can make that claim, but then you have to present an argument why we have to change the entire historical method, and you go against all of scholarship.
No, but I think I understand what you mean, but I don't think that historical scholarship says that we can prove, or I guess we can make probable historical events that are supernatural. I think that the historical method is limited to
Yeah, but not for the
natural
reason
claims.
not for the reasons you do. They do it because of the principle of analogy, and I actually have an argument why we should reject the principle of analogy. What's your argument on why we should reject the historical method?
No, it's not. I don't think we should reject the historical method. I think it's quite simple. I think the prior for supernatural events should generally be low, and so I think we should demand very strong evidence. I think that's
I agree.
basically it.
Yeah, but your evidence is still unreasonable
Why is it unreasonable?
because it's not in the category of historical evidence. It's a different category of evidence. You said we require more evidence because of low priors. I agree. You need more evidence for a prior to be shifted to the point of probability. But that's more evidence, not different evidence.
Well, I understand your point, but I think in this case, I would say that it isn't more evidence because, for example, if you take something like just a normal supernatural claim, I don't think any amount of just, for example, just testimony is enough, simply because testimony is never going to be as strong as DNA testing, video and audio recording, and so on.
I actually argue that testimony is stronger.
It's stronger than
literally all the
than
other
what
evidence.
specifically? So if somebody's okay, so it's stronger with testimony than, for example, having a
No.
complete audio and video
Testimony
recording.
is the strongest piece of evidence that one can have. That's my
Okay,
claim.
Okay, I understand. I mean, to me, it seems to be quite difficult to argue for that. If you take, for example, a crime case, usually I think DNA evidence, complete audio and video recording, autopsy is stronger than.
Okay, great. You have DNA, but no one to give testimony on it. What does it do?
Well, depend what it does. Well, DNA, obviously, in this case, you have to be more specific. But what I was thinking about is, for example, let's say that you have a
What?
blood stain on a corpse, and you have the DNA from the person that you're suspecting did the crime. Then that is better than testimony generally.
Yeah, again, you have a blood stain, and you have the DNA of the blood stain, and nothing else with it. What does it do?
Nothing else with it. I mean, I guess you would have a dead body. You would have a place where it is if you need.
I'm not asking what you
Well,
have.
you
I'm
can
asking
have-
what it
yeah.
does.
Well, what it does is that it shows that, it makes very probable that the person whose DNA is in the blood stain was in some way in contact with the place where you found the stain.
And how do you know whose DNA is in the blood stain?
You would take, well, obviously you need to have access to the DNA. You could have it from some database. You could take DNA from different different people.
How would you
found in the
specifically
area.
know? You're sitting there in a courtroom, right? Somebody brings out the DNA, throws it on the table, and the blood stain. Now what?
So, somebody. Do you mean specifically in a courtroom, or do you mean as
This
as
is
a
all
matter
the
of
information you
principle, or-
have. You were called to be a jury in a courtroom. They bring you into a courtroom. They sit you down. Some bailiff walks out, throws a bloody T-shirt on a table, and a DNA, like a tube of the DNA, on the table. Now what?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, because I mean, what I'm talking about is not really courtrooms. What I'm talking about is the standard of evidence that I think we should demand for events that go against the national law.
You made the argument that testimony, right, is a weak form of evidence, and then you tried to
No,
say
not
that
weak,
these are
not weak.
stronger parts of evidence. So again, I made the argument that, hey, and I'm using a courtroom as an example. This is my argument. I'm arguing an affirmative position here. If you come
Yeah,
out
sure.
with a T-shirt that's got blood on it, and then a little tube of DNA, and somebody throws it on the desk, and you're sitting there staring at the desk, what can you conclude?
Well, I think again, if DNA was found on a piece of
How do you know
clothing or
where it was
something.
found?
Now, I understand that what you want to say is that there's going to be testimony as part of the evidentiary.
No, I'm going to argue that testimony
chain.
is the primary moving force in evidence. There's complementary,
even
substitutory evidence that helps the testimony, but all things rely on testimony. As a matter of fact, the vast majority of like court cases are probably resolved through testimony alone,
I mean,
even.
well, first off, I think to say that it's primary, I guess you can debate that. It depends on the legal system and so on. But I guess what I'm trying to say is just that if you take something like the resurrection that demands supernatural intervention, I would just say that if testimony is all you have, I think that is not enough, because I think the prior should be like 1 in 100 billion. And I think to be moved, from my perspective, I would need to have DNA evidence, autopsy, audio and video recordings as a supplementary.
Okay, but that's you.
Yeah, of course. Well, yeah, and you have your point. I have my point. That's why we're discussing these things, I'd say.
Sure, but what I'm saying is you say I need these things. I don't know what to do with that information. You're not giving me a reason why that is a standard we should all hold.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. That's just a turn of phrase. When I say I believe, in this case, of course, I'm arguing for a point. So in this case, I would say I think generally we should believe that supernatural events, in order to be probable, we should demand more evidence than we should for natural events. And because I think we have a very good understanding of the natural laws.
Yeah, but we're going full circle here. We
background.
already agree something that has low priors is going to need more evidence to move the prior point to probability.
Yeah.
But you're not arguing for more evidence. You're arguing for different evidence. Because again, when it comes to the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, we have an astronomical amount of evidence in the category of historicity.
Well, I would disagree that it's astronomical. Astronomical would be, I think, if we had, the Gospel of John, the original document, we have like his grave, we know exactly who he is.
That would be more that would be more astronomical, but that doesn't change the fact that we have an astronomical amount of evidence. It's not even like in contention in scholarship. Well, then you're gonna have to make a very strong case, because again, this is not even a contentious thing in scholarship, right? For example, John Dominic Crossan, the historian, says one of the most assured things we know in history is that Jesus Christ was crucified, and we have more data. We have just as much data. Hold on, we have just as much data for the resurrection as we do for the crucifixion.
Yeah, I think might be a difference in view here, because I think it seems to me that you think that the fact that history is done in a certain way means that we should lower the standards when it comes to history.
No, I'm not lowering this. I'm saying that's the opposite of what I'm saying. I'm saying we have a historical method. Not the death and resurrection of Jesus not only meets the historical method for the criterion of like whether or not something is true, it surpasses it tenfold. You're asking to change the method. You haven't given me a reason why we should change the methodology.
I think, as far as I know, historians have no agreed upon method of showing that it is probable that a supernatural event took place. That's a different thing. I'm not contending at all that Jesus Christ was
they actually do. It's called the principle of analogy. And I said I have an argument against the principle of analogy. No, I'm saying is they have a criterion for determining supernatural and not supernatural events. But also there's a big problem with like the standard of supernatural. Supernatural I don't think exists. I think there is only the natural.
Okay, so do you think that the resurrection of Jesus Christ was not supernatural?
I think that was a natural event because God exists. God has a nature, therefore it was natural.
Okay, I mean that's one way to view it. It seems to me still that, again, I think that the prior for a supernatural being changing nature so that a person who is dead becomes alive, I think the prior for that should be 1 in 100 billion, something like that. In order for me to believe it, I think that we should demand not just testimony, but also supplementary evidence that increases the probability of that being true. I think that's...
Okay, if you want to see the actual mathematics on it, I can give you an article to a friend of mine who wrote an article using Bayes' theorem.
Is it Than?
Yeah.
Is it Than?
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is that Than uses a prior probability of 1 in 1 million. Which
well, hold on. I was going to land that plane. He uses 1 in 1 million, right? You say it should be 1 in 100 million. Why should we have such low prior probabilities?
No, 100 billion.
Yeah. Why should it be so low prior probabilities?
Yeah, first off, the first I would say is that, there's no agreed upon science of putting prior probabilities, but I would say that I think we should take the number of people who have existed and died, natural deaths.
Yeah.
And then we should compare that to the number of people who we have good evidence to believe have died and then been resurrected supernaturally.
Yeah, that's not Bayes' theorem. You don't do that's a different type of statistician or statistics.
No.
That's not how you operate in Bayes.
No,
we're using Bayes calculations here, right? Priors is using Bayes.
Yeah. I was telling you why I think the prior should be 1 in 100 billion.
Yeah, but you're using a different category, right? If we're arguing in Bayes' theorem, you got to give me a reason in Bayes' theorem why it's got to be 1 in 100 billion. But also, even if like we grant you the 100 billion, I say fine, go for that. The argument that you said is that it's not an astronomical amount of evidence, except Dan made a case for 1 in a million. That's a huge amount of evidence, right?
No, I think you have to repeat. I don't really know what you were saying there.
Okay, so even let's just say you disagree with Than's priors being 1 in a million. Fine.
Yeah.
But 1 in a million, right? Having enough evidence to push the data to say a 1 in a million event probably happened is a small amount of evidence?
I think so, yeah.
Great. I think that's silly.
Yeah, I mean, I think 1 in 1 million, that would mean that every year, 60 people, we should expect that 60 people around the earth are supernaturally resurrected. I think 60 billion people die every year.
That's not my argument. We're talking about an event that happened in history. Having enough data and information to confirm that an event, a 1 in a million event happened in history, that we have enough information to say that it did happen in history, is not a small amount of evidence. Whether you're convinced of it is irrelevant.
No, I think I understand. I think I understand what you're trying to say. In this case, it's not really relevant if we should describe it as large or big or astronomical. All that I'm saying is that I think that a prior of 1 in 1 million.
That's fine, but I get it. So you're saying it's too low of a prior, but my point is
even if we can, if we can move from 1 in 1 million to a very high probability, that does not do anything because I think the prior is way too high.
Yeah, you agree that fine, the prior is low, but that's not my argument. It's still an astronomical amount of evidence. You don't think it's enough evidence to get you over to the tipping point of being convinced. But to prove a 1 in a million event, right, happened historically, you're going to need a lot of evidence to do that.
I don't think so. For example, 60 million people die every year. It's very easy to show that every single person died. You don't need a lot of evidence to do that.
People dying is not a 1 in a million event.
Well, it certainly is. It certainly is. People dying of
everybody
dies.
Right?
No. I'm saying that 1 in a million events happen all the time. They're extremely simple to prove. I think 1 in a million is not a low chance. If I think people should be cautious when it comes to statistics in that way. 1 in a million people win lotteries every day that are 1 in a million. That's nothing. And so I think to put 1 in a million, and I've read the article and I've also seen criticism of the article.
Hold on. If I told you I won the lottery, what data would I need to give you to convince you I won the lottery?
Yeah, that's a natural event. So I would, for example, if you show me, maybe a website where it said the number that the winning lottery number. If you could show a picture, if you're holding up the ticket or wherever that you bought, and circumstantial evidence, maybe other things, people saying that they heard you say it, maybe a picture of your bank account with the transaction, stuff like this.
So you need to see me possess the $1 million.
I mean, obviously, this is depends on, obviously, I don't know you, so of course, I don't know how trustworthy you are and so on, but this is something that happens all the time, yeah. I have a friend.
I'm not arguing that it happens all the time, but I'm saying to convince you of the 1 in a million event, I would have to show you that I possess the $1 million or whatever lottery was.
I mean, that's a good question. I think generally I'd say yes. If somebody just told me I won the lottery.
Yeah. So then you're asking to show Jesus Christ dying, death and resurrection. You're actually demanding more evidence for the $1 million than you are for the death and resurrection, but yet you're saying that's a normal event.
No, I think this is not the death and resurrection. I think we have to separate these things. I think that the evidence that I think we should demand for a supernatural event, that is the death
I disregard the supernatural. Oh. I don't think that's a thing.
Okay, I'm not entirely sure about the point, but I would say that to show that it's probable that somebody born in Bethlehem, who was called Jesus, who was executed by the Romans, and so on and so forth, I think the evidence for that is very strong. But again, that's the difference between the natural events and the supernatural events, and that's why I think that some Christians,
without using a analogy, what is the supernatural?
Sure. Yeah, I would say that supernatural is simply events that go beyond or above, or that I guess you could say break what we know is the laws of physics, essentially
Great.
the standard model.
Great.
Yeah.
So everything that we've ever discovered that broke our current understanding of the laws of physics was considered supernatural?
Under that definition, I mean, obviously it means it's when you say break, or when I say break, I mean something that would have been impossible given the laws of physics. So I would say, yeah, yes.
Okay, so when we put the James Webb Telescope into outer space and we found larger galaxies going back to the center of the universe, that's a supernatural event? Because we still don't know why that happened, and it broke our current understanding of physics.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between something being we're not able to explain it and it being supernatural. But in that case, I certainly think we should be very skeptical of our understanding.
Is it supernatural?
I don't think we should say. I wouldn't say. I would say, in that case, I wouldn't say it's supernatural, because I know what you're talking
so then
about.
what is
In
our
this case,
definition of supernatural here? Because that broke your definition. So your
No, as
definition
far
is
as
not
I know,
consistent.
as far as I know, the thing that you mentioned isn't supernatural. It's something that cannot be explained yet.
Okay, so then what is your definition of supernatural? Because your definition of supernatural is something that goes beyond our understanding of the laws of physics.
No, I wouldn't say. Yeah, I would say something that breaks it. So when it comes to the observation that you mentioned, it is something that is
that
not
broke our
really
understanding.
understood.
So why is it not supernatural?
No, not broke. No, not broke. For example, if you could show that something materialized in a way where that couldn't have happened according to the standard model, that's one thing. That would
Yes,
be supernatural.
those bigger galaxies couldn't have happened based off our current understanding of the model.
Is that okay? I didn't know that, but I don't think that's the case. But let's say that is the case. Then yeah, sure, that's supernatural. But I don't think that's the case.
Okay, so then if that is the case, we've proven the supernatural. So therefore, our priors are going to be raised for Christ.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just glitched. I didn't hear you.
Yeah. So if it is the case that those events are supernatural, then we've now proven the supernatural, and that's going to raise our probability for Christ.
No, I don't think so. First off, again, I think that there's a difference between making observations that weren't predicted by the models and making observations that would have been impossible. And also, I don't think that prove. I don't think "prove" is the right word in this context. And I have to say, it's a funny rhetorical. Oh, sorry. Have I glitched?
Nope. I got to read this because they're not coming in for some reason. Caller estimates place that there have been 105 billion humans born with a prior of 100 billion. You would have to assume that at least one person rose from the dead. Then you would just have to look for the evidence for who. I'm not too sure why that's being said, but we'll just continue on. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Again, based off your definition of the supernatural, us finding bigger galaxies looking back to the center of the universe would be supernatural because we've discovered it. We've discovered a supernatural event. Therefore, it would raise the probability of a supernatural event happening with Christ in the resurrection.
Yeah, again, I don't think that because I think I've heard about the observation that you're mentioning. Obviously, I'm not an astronomer, so I'm not going to comment too deeply on it. But as I understand it, that is just a surprising
yeah, it's surprising because it goes against our understandings of the laws of physics.
Yeah, it goes. Yeah, no, not the laws of physics, as in the standard model. It doesn't disprove the standard model. That's
yes,
a different
it does.
thing.
That's the part. It disproves it because everything we base off the standard model should have shown smaller galaxies going back to the beginning.
Okay, I mean, let's agree to disagree whether or not it disproves the standard model. I'm certainly not competent enough to comment on it. But let's say that you could have shown that this couldn't have been the case with the standard model. Then yeah, I certainly agree. I think that would mean that it's a supernatural event.
Okay,
but
so then we have a
tentative
supernatural event, and we can raise the probability of the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ based off your definition of the supernatural.
Yeah, I would say that it raises it by a thousandth of a percent or something.
Yeah, I think that's insane. You just confirmed this supernatural.
No, not the supernatural. I think there's a difference again between pointing at one thing and saying
there is a supernatural event. Is there the supernatural?
Well, I think obviously it's a semantic question, but I think
it's not a semantic question. It's a logical question. If there exists at least one, then it's
question.
No, it is. It's literally. I can write it down in logic for you if you want to see it.
No, logic is about inference. In this case, if you say when you say the phrase "the supernatural," usually people are talking about things like demons and spirits and so on. If you're, I'm certainly
this is
not
your
against...
definition of supernatural. What are you talking about, bro?
No, bro. I was saying that I believe in the supernatural, in the sense that I think that there are things that cannot be explained by natural law. The thing is that I think that I think the demand to believe in something supernatural should be very, very high. And so when it comes to historical events like the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, I think the probability is very low. When it comes to something like the beginning of the universe,
Okay, now
I
we're just
think
we'll go
the
back
evidence is better.
full circle. Even if it's very low,
No,
we still have an astronomical amount of evidence.
No. Astronomical amount of evidence. I don't agree with that. I think there's a misunderstanding among
We have enough
some
evidence to
theists
prove a 1 in a million historical event.
No, first off, we haven't proven anything. There's just a
We
question
have
of
enough.
probability.
Okay, again, yes, it's not a definitive proof. Sure, fine, but we have enough evidence to say that the the probability of a 1 in a million event actually happened.
No, I don't agree.
You already agreed that Than's mathematics was good, that it could prove a 1 in a million event. You just don't think that the priors were sufficient enough. You think it should be a 1 in a billion. Fine, that's not my argument.
1 in 100 billion.
Can you steel man what I'm trying to ask you? Because I keep going circles with it, but I feel like you don't understand it.
No. I think I understand what you're talking about. The thing is that when you say that we have, that sounds as if you think I should agree with it. But the thing is, since the priors are, in my estimation, not correct, then I wouldn't.
It does not matter if the priors are correct. Steel man my argument, please, without bringing up what the priors should be.
Of course, given a certain set of priors, I agree with the argumentation, but that's trivial. I mean,
that's not a steel man. Steel man my argument.
No, I think it's pretty simple. If given the priors and the other, obviously he has a bunch of other, inferences that you can disagree or.
Can you steel man my argument?
I think I just did.
You're not, because you brought up the priors again.
No, I didn't. I said given the priors, I agree largely with his argumentation.
What's my argument?
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. Again,
I've said it 4 times. What's my argument? Why am I bringing up Than's Bayesian analysis?
Because you seem to think that the fact that given a certain set of priors, you can show that it's probable that a 1 in a million event happened.
No.
You should believe that it is. Okay, sure. What's the argument?
My argument is okay. Let me try to think about how to phrase this.
Sure.
It's not about the event being a 1 in a million probability. That's completely irrelevant. It's an if-then conditional, right? So if it was a 1 in a million probability, or even if it wasn't, doesn't matter. My point is the data is strong enough to move an event that is 1 in a million into the likelihood range. That's my point, which means the data is not average. It is not small. It's a lot.
I understand what you're saying, but I disagree because I think 1 in a million events are not things that need a lot of evidence to be probable.
I didn't say it needed. I'm saying from the historical perspective, a 1 in a million event is going to require more data than a 1 in 1 event. Yes.
Than a 1 in.
You're going to need more data for a 1 in a million event than you are for a 1 in 1 event. All right.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Are you going to need more data for a 1 in 10,000 event to a 1 in 5,000 event?
1 in 10,000 than a 1 in.
So are you going to need more data for a 1 in 10,000 event over a 1 in 5,000 event?
You have to make it probable. Yeah.
Right. So we continue this logic. When we get to a 1 in 1 million event, you're going to need more data for that event to be true than a 1 in 10,000 event.
Yeah.
So for example,
of course, that's trivial.
Augustus Caesar existing.
Yeah.
Right. We don't need as much data, right, than the death and resurrection. So using the historical method, if we can move an event, right, if we could say it's 1 in a million. Now, I'm not talking about your individual, whether you're convinced of it. It could be 1 in 100 billion. That's fine. But if we can if we could say the event is 1 in a million, that means that we have enough data, if Than's mathematics is correct, to move it into the probability range. So if the mathematics is correct and gets moved into the probability range, by strict logic here, we have more data for the death and resurrection than we do for the vast majority of historical events, which means we have an astronomical amount of data in comparison.
No, the last part there was, I think, not really justified because astronomical hasn't been defined. It's not a. But
Are the vast
of course,
majority of events in history 1 in a million?
I have no idea. I mean, that's a completely
If you were to
impossible
guess.
thing to answer. I think that demands a discussion that I think I'm not ready
Let's
to have.
pick a big event. Do you think Hannibal
No, no, no.
crossing the Alps?
Yeah,
do you
yeah.
think Hannibal crossing the Alps on elephants is a 1 in a million event?
No idea, but I understand your point that there is more evidence for the death for the crucifixion of Jesus than for many other historical events. That's trivial. All that I'm saying is that as a non-Christian,
So then we do
I
have
think
more.
that we should. Yeah.
The whole you said
Yeah,
that's
of course,
trivial.
yeah.
You said it's trivial. That was the whole argument, is that we have more evidence, which is what you said we should have. We should have more evidence to believe in this event than other events.
Yeah, yeah, more, but much more. I mean, more as in, again, audio and video recording, DNA evidence.
Right, but that's a different
autopsies.
category of evidence. In the category of evidence of Jesus Christ, we have more. Or in historicity, sorry.
I mean, I agree, but again, that doesn't. I don't think that makes it rational for a person to believe. I think it demands faith, which is obviously perfectly fine.
Okay, so we're on the same page. In the category of historicity, we actually have more evidence for the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ than what is considered normal to be believed something is true.
Not when it comes to the supernatural resurrection, but just the
What
event,
is considered normal for something to be true? This is abnormal. So if we were trying to confirm that, again, Hannibal crossed the Alps, if we had the same amount of evidence of that we do for the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, it'd be like a dun ding. We'd be like, oh yeah, this 100%. Don't even deny it.
If we have the same amount of evidence for the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
No. If the same for Hannibal crossing the Alps, if we the exact same amount of data, a 1-to-1 comparison as we do for the resurrection of Jesus Christ, would it be like a done case? We'd be like, don't even argue. It's pointless to argue. That's like solid.
Yeah, I would say. I would say, yeah, it's probable that it happened. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Great. So that's my point. Is what we have more data, more evidence for the resurrection, historically speaking. Right. Therefore, I think Christians are justified to hold to the position that Jesus Christ died and resurrected. You want to change the category of evidence? That's fine. You can do that, but you got to make a really good argument on why.
Well, my argument is, don't you think that generally, let's take a natural event and a supernatural event. Don't you think that we generally, regardless if it's in history or if it's it's in recent history, don't you think that generally it is reasonable to demand more evidence?
We just agreed we had more evidence. We just agreed we had more.
Yeah, but but more evidence as in not just more as in more testimony, but again, DNA evidence.
No, you're arguing for different evidence. That's what I'm asking you to argue for. Why do we need different evidence?
Yeah, because I think if you take a case which consists of, again, all the classic sort of lab grade evidence, DNA testing and all those things, I think the probability that all those things together are incorrect is much lower than testimony. And in this case, we don't even have testimony in the normal sense of the word. We have non-original documents.
You're not giving me a reason to hold a methodology. You're special pleading specifically to this
is not
case.
Special pleading. This is the pleading I do for every single event. No, it's not special pleading.
So what you require DNA evidence for like the Battle of Waterloo?
No, that is exactly what that is exactly what I don't do, because that is a natural event. But if you said I saw, a demon who did this and that to something in my house.
So you want DNA evidence for the supernatural?
Yeah, obviously not just DNA, because DNA doesn't have to be relevant in this specific case. But it could be, DNA. It could be audio, video recording. It could be.
I can show you videos of Jesus.
Yeah, of course. I mean, videos, and again, you would also have, for example, if you had something like several cameras pointing to a place at once. You had infrared cameras. You have cameras measuring the background radiation so that that there were no disturbance. You had audio and video recordings. You had.
Can you name one other event ever that you have all this data for?
I mean, several parts of history, normal crime investigations.
No, you're giving a vague reference to the ether. Can you give me one specific event that required that much amount of data to be convinced that event was true?
Yeah, that's a very good question because again, when you say require, this
Mm-hmm.
has to do, I think, with the prior. So if you said, you know, I went to the store yesterday,
Can you answer
that's
the
the kind
question,
of event.
please?
No, because I am answering the question.
You're not.
You
The
say
question,
what?
can you give me a specific event that required that much data to confirm that the event happened?
Well, if you ask me what I'm requiring, that means, you know, the standard. I would say, for example, all the claims of quantum mechanics. I think demand that kind of things.
Can you give me an event? An event.
No, I think you're misunderstanding. I don't believe.
I'm not
that there is
misunderstanding.
an event.
You're saying to believe the event of the death and resurrection, I need
Yeah.
something with all these cameras, infrared reading, magic read, whatever, all the things that you said. Can you give me any other event that required that much data to confirm the event actually happened?
I think you might be misunderstanding what I'm saying, because if you ask me what I'm requiring,
Can you please answer the question?
Yeah, no. If you ask me what I'm requiring, then I would say
I'm not asking you what you're requiring. I'm
supernatural-
asking you, can you name another event?
If you're asking me if I can name an event that I require this amount of evidence for, I would say every event of every religion.
Not asking you what you require for. I'm asking you, can you name an event again where we were convinced that event was true only by meeting those conditions of evidence?
Well, that evidence requirement, I only hold for supernatural
Please answer the
events.
question, for the love of God.
Yeah,
For the love of
no,
what is
no.
holy.
I am answering the question.
You're not. You're answering a question you think I'm answering.
No. You're asking me. What event am I talking about? Well,
I'm not asking what event you are talking about. Pay attention to what I'm saying. Can you name an event, an actual event that happened where you required that amount of evidence to confirm the event actually took place?
I don't think any of those have happened.
Okay, so then you're special pleading.
No, special pleading is if I would say only
you have
for
a methodology that hasn't been tested.
No, this is how would you test? You cannot test it other than
right.
Than
you're
abstract.
Asking us to hold to a methodology that has never been used ever.
No. This is
and you're saying that is the standard.
No. You're misunderstanding. What I'm talking about is normal scientific methodology. That is.
Then give me an event, if it's normal, that we confirmed using all that standard.
No, okay, look, the standard.
If it's normal,
all those things. Yeah, no. I think you're misunderstanding. If the standard is only for events that are supernatural. So
that you have, the
standard
standard is for events that are supernatural, yet you've never confirmed this methodology actually works.
What would it mean? So you mean that to
you invented
that it works.
You invented a methodology that has never been tested or implemented and demand that Christians meet it.
No, I'm not demanding anything, but
you literally are. You're saying we shouldn't believe. You literally are. You're saying we shouldn't believe this event happened unless we meet this criterion that's never been tested or used.
Well, to be technical, I'm not demanding, but let's not, I don't want to be too semantic. But the thing is, I think you're missing the point because, again,
you're not missing the points. You're special pleading.
No, I really want the audience to understand that special pleading. If I were to say the following, only for this event, I demand this kind of.
That is literally what you're saying. Only for supernatural events.
No, that's a category. That's not special pleading. This is a categorical view where I say if the prior.
Okay, why should we do it for this one and not apply the historical methodology for an historical event?
Well, because I think historical events should be treated in the way that every other event is treated.
So you want to change the historical method?
No, I think, again, 99.9% of history is natural events. For example, Waterloo, a natural event. The Second World War, a natural event. The discovery of the Americas.
99.9. All of history is natural events because of the principle of analogy.
To be fair, I agree with you that it's probably 100%. But what it sounds to me like you're saying is that I should lower the amount of evidence that is needed.
I'm actually telling you not to lower. I'm telling you to actually have a reasonable criterion. You invented a methodology that has never been tested or implemented and said that that's the standard.
I would say that what I am referring to is basically the scientific method. A scientist.
Then give me, if it is just the scientific method, give me the scientific method is testable and repeatable. So show me where it's been repeated.
What has been repeated?
This method in the scientific method.
This is normal science. For example, when scientists are first suggested quantum mechanics, essentially
Can you
the
give me
early,
an event that was confirmed using the methodology that you implemented? If you cannot, then it has not been tested and repeated.
No. The science doesn't deal with events, other than obviously you could say, plate tectonics or astronomy. But for example, if you take something like quantum mechanics, the claims of quantum mechanics are quite, crazy if you think about it. And that's why we should demand a very
Guess
high
what
number of
happens in
evidence.
quantum mechanics? They test it and repeat it, and then they find it's true
Yeah,
because
exactly.
they can see a consistency. You're demanding we confirm the supernatural with a methodology that's never been tested or repeated.
No, the method. Okay, I think maybe you're mixing two things here. The methodology is just normal science. Low priors, high evidence.
That's not how science works. In science, there's methodology. The scientific method is testable and repeatable. You can use different mechanisms and systems in the scientific method to confirm it. But if all you're saying it has to be testable and repeatable, well, we need a system in which we could test it and a system in which we could repeat it. What system are you asking to implement? The system that you gave is something we don't use for literally anything. We've never confirmed scientific data, historical data, freaking philosophical data through the methodology that you're proposing, yet you're demanding that we apply it to the supernatural. And again, you don't like the word demanding, but you're saying it's unreasonable to not to.
Yeah. But I don't think the reason why no event has been confirmed by that standard is, again, because I don't think that the events that we know about need that standard, because the events that we know about are not supernatural. I think
Congratulations. Again, you're demanding. I don't know how you don't see this as fallacious. By all standards and metrics, this is fallacious. Even the scientific method. You're saying we apply this thing that we've never tested and used onto something and we can deny it unless it's fulfilled it. How do you even know if this method works if we've never seen it used?
Well, again, I think we have quite different views on what
I don't care of our views. Just answer the very specific question I asked you.
No, I don't care.
How do you know the mechanism, the mechanism in confirming the supernatural if we've never used it?
Oh, so you mean that we have to confirm a supernatural event in order to know?
No. What I'm saying is there's a mechanism in which you're using to confirm the supernatural that has never been used before. If it's never been used before via the scientific method, how do we know it's true? Because we've never tested it or repeated it.
I think this is maybe I'm not sure that we're speaking about the exact same thing. What I'm talking about is essentially just claims should be the evidence should be proportional to the claims. So very unreasonable or improbable events should deny high evidence. That's all that I'm talking about. Literally nothing else.
And
now,
we have high evidence for Jesus Christ. You demand. Hold on. You demand evidence that has never been met by any other thing ever.
That's where I disagree. For example, every quantum mechanical experiment that has been done has gone through this amount of evidence. For example, everything that is done at CERN is meticulously studied.
That's not the mechanism that you provided, not CERN. You didn't say smash neurons together. You said a whole bunch of cameras pointed at a specific direction, examining the infrared, doing all this. You gave I'm asking for a criterion. I'm asking for a mechanism.
You seem to think, yeah. Okay, so you seem to think that what I was suggesting was specifically to have a number of cameras to point at the specific location and so on. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, again, if it's a very unlikely event, you have to have a lot of evidence. And a lot of evidence means not just a lot of testimony. It means technical evidence that's together with testimony that supports the claim. So, for example...
What is the mechanism that you would use to confirm a supernatural event?
I think that the only way to confirm a supernatural event is to exhaust all the possible natural explanations.
What is the mechanism?
The mechanism is using different means of scientific observation.
The actual mechanism.
I don't think you're understanding. I mean, for example, a mechanism can be something like using different kinds of cameras,
Not something like the actual mechanism.
Well, okay, well, what do you think is the mechanism? I just have to say that this guy is losing the debate, so he starts to use sound clips. That's kind of
Does
funny.
anybody in the chat think I'm losing the debate? Anybody at all? Even atheists in the chat. Do any of you guys think I'm losing this debate here?
What do you think a mechanism is in this case?
A mechanism is an actual system that is implemented to see if you get the same results. Right?
the
That's the
scientific method. So, for
scientific
example,
method, is doing it in the exact same steps and way. A peer-reviewed study is when you take something, you do it the exact same way the guy did it before to see if you get the same results. Yes?
Yeah, essentially, like CERN or like
Right,
really
awesome.
any normal
So
science.
what is the system in which person A tests supernatural event and then person B can copy to see if supernatural event is true?
Yeah, that is where I think you're missing the point. That is not something that can be done for supernatural event, which is a weakness.
So then you're saying that you are unaware of any mechanism that can confirm a supernatural event.
No, I am aware, but what I'm saying is that we have never done it, so we don't know what it would look like.
Okay, if you're aware of a mechanism that can confirm of a supernatural event, but you've never done it, how do you know it could?
Well, I mean, first off, I don't think I know if by know you mean certain. I don't know. But again, I think that if you exhaust all the natural causes that could have caused an event, and if you can show that, no natural force, nothing in the standard model,
vague
nothing in
reference to
quantum
ether of
mechanics.
science things that we do mumbo jumbo.
that was not
What
a
is
vague-
the
that
exact
was not- no.
mechanism?
I'm not really sure what you're talking about. Do you mean that I have to show what supernatural event are you talking about? Are you talking about the resurrection of Jesus Christ? Are you talking about demons affecting people? Or I mean, look, I just have to say I don't want to take too much of your time, but this this posturing and using the soundboard and looking down, I don't think it's not very convincing. I don't think that you should.
I'm not
stop
trying to
being a
convince
Christian
you.
or anything. No, I understand. Well, all that I'm saying is that again, I think that the evidence should be proportional. So if it's very unlikely, I think we need a lot of evidence.
So proportional that it should meet a standard that's never been met.
No, I think the standard has been met.
Then
no, I think you're misunderstanding the standard. When I say the standard or the process or whatever,
if I told you we could turn water into ice, and I said the way that I did that is I put water into a freezer and made it into ice, how would you confirm that mechanism actually worked?
Exactly. That's a very good example.
No, just answer the question. Don't tell me it's exact. Just do it. Just tell me how you do it.
No, I can answer the way that I want. You can kick me if you want, but I'm not going to.
Don't be a coward.
Follow your orders.
Don't be a coward.
No, okay. I think it's very easy. You can just look. You can observe you putting the ice in the freezer. You can observe what happens to the ice afterwards. You can look inside and see if the same water. You can look at the molecular structure.
Yeah,
of the
you just
water.
do the same shit that I did, right?
That you did when?
It's peer reviewed, right? I'm trying to prove to you that you could turn water into ice. And so the way that you do it is just do the same shit that I did, right?
Okay, yeah.
Great. And then you'd give it to the next guy and he would do the exact same thing. And when we did that 3 or 4 times, we'd be like, yep, that's a solid way to turn water into ice. And it does do it, right?
Well, I wouldn't say solid, but I would say, basically that's what we do in science,
So
induction.
You're not saying that's a solid way to prove that we could turn water into ice?
Well, if you want to be technical about it, obviously I understand that was just a shorthand example, but that's, you have to give a lot more.
You're being so pedantic, it hurts my teeth. That's not a solid way to prove we could turn water into ice?
No, I'm not gonna. I think that's a good sort of beginning of a scientific.
That's a beginning. Okay, guys, just so you know, putting water in the freezer is not a good methodology to prove that you could turn water into ice.
I mean, you can just ask any chemistry.
My God. Holy crap, man. There's no way. I just want to be clear, everybody. That is not a good system that we can prove that we can turn water into ice. It's not a good system. Just to be clear. Everybody needs to know this. That'd be a bad way to prove we could turn water into ice by putting it in the freezer. I want you to know that when you do that and you pull out the ice, you shouldn't be confident that that's ice, because that's a bad system. It's a bad system that we could prove that we could turn water into ice. Taking water, putting it into a freezer, and it comes out as ice. Bad system. getting a whole bunch of other people to confirm it. Bad system, ladies and gentlemen. My freaking God. I never, ever, ever want to hear anybody talk about how Christians are stupid again, ever. Not in my life. Seemed like a nice guy, but that was just being pedantic for absolutely no reason. No reason. That was arguing for the sake of arguing. That was insane. Ain't no way, man. Ain't no way. Ugh. I don't think Christians are stupid, but the guy behind the microphone, sure. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Abiogenesis supernatural. There you go. There you go. It is, John, because when you put it in the freezer, it boils, you see? Yeah. Oh my God. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. The unreasonable standard they demand of Christians that the buddy would literally tell me it's a bad methodology to prove that, hey, that's a good way to turn water into ice. I'm not even talking about all the biochemistry that's in the water. I'm just talking about have water make ice. Sometimes I burn my ice in the freezer. At that point, what can you do? It's literally throwing pearls before swine. I'm not taking another guest after that one. That's it. That's it. I'm done. I'm done for the day. And the guest should get into professional dodgeball. Amen. Hey, freaking man. But let's just be clear, guys. I want everybody to know, for us to prove that Jesus Christ died and resurrected, we need so much evidence that it creates a new mechanism for confirming truth. That's what we need to do. We need so much evidence for the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ that it literally invents an entire new methodology and mechanism of confirming events actually happened. Let's just be clear with that. Don't run. I don't even know who you are, bro. Who are you? Ugh. I might go on the Discord after this just to listen to everybody complain about that. That's insane. So let you up? No, I said I'm done for the day. I've been here for 4 hours. Come back another day. Oh yeah, if we did do that, then they would just simply implement a new system and just be like, that's what we need. That's what we need. And be like, where does that system work? I don't know, but you got to meet it. My God. Listen. I want you guys to prove to me that you're a good person. And the way that you're going to do that is vaguely referenced towards some sort of ethical system that's never been met before. Lord, forgive me. I'm trying not to cuss. I'm not trying to be mad at these people. Lord, give me patience. No, don't give me patience. You usually think that's some sort of test, bro. I don't want no test. Give me simplicity and ease in life. That's why, Lord, for the love of God, for the love of you, give me ease and simplicity and comfort and just happiness and joy without any effort put in on my end. In your name. In the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. God is good. God is good. God is good. It's like, careful what you wish for. It's like one of them genies who grants wishes. Yes, we have a Discord. Please join the Discord. Oh my God. All right, let's do a plug and then I'm going to do a prayer. I'll do a plug first. Do the plug first. And that way we can end on a prayer. All right, guys, if you want access to more content, exclusive content, you could do so at bigjohnsteel.com. You get access to our members only content. So for example, where is my video? There's a bonus stream. There should be a Dungeons Dragons video in there. Can somebody confirm if that's on the website or not? It should be in there in the Dungeons and Dragons section. But we also have our Dungeons and Dragons session. If you want to participate that, make sure you're part of the Discord. It was great. We had a good group of people. We did 4-hour one-shot session. So if you want to play Dungeons and Dragons with me, you could do so by, again, joining the Discord. And that's the best way to do it. Become a member, exclusive content, bigjohnsteele.com. Amen, amen, amen. But we also have access to a lot of, like, for example, we have this bonus live here. We have me, Sam Shamoon reacts, another Sam Shamoon react, evolution, this gross thing, the Cora debates, GMS being a liar was shocker. My thoughts on the Jay Dyer event between David Wood. There are lots of things that you can access to there. There's multiple packages that you can get access to. All these packages get you the same access. Can somebody handle that guy in the shorts chat, please? The guy who's spamming. So multiple packages get you the same access, but they just how much you want to support the channel and to help us grow and do the things that we need to do. John, I don't see the D&D video yet. Okay, well, that's weird because it should be up. So I'll go fix that. I thought I uploaded it. Yeah, make sure you're following me on YouTube at Big John Steele to get access to the lives and to never miss one if you want to see it, to see these riveting conversations that we have. I don't know what else to say, guys. I'm honestly considering getting a job at a box factory after these conversations, man. I just want to live in the woods. These people cannot be real. Our Father is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. The kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our sins as we also forgive those who sin against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, you are good in all that you do. Forgive my anger, forgive my temperament, forgive my foul language, forgive me using your name in a way that I shouldn't. I'm a sinful, broken person, and I just ask for your forgiveness and your grace. I ask that you bless everybody who came into the chat today, those that came against us, those who were for us, and that you walk with them and show them the nature of the love of who you are and what you can provide. You are good. We are not. Give our opportunity to share the gospel and be more Christ-like and forgive us of our sins. In Jesus' name, amen. Name the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. For yours is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Did I get that right this time? Yeah, okay. I'll look at the D&D video when I'm done and see if I can get it done. All right, guys, I'm going to hang out on YouTube for 5-10 more minutes. So if you got any questions, at Big John Steele at YouTube. If not, God bless, and we'll see you all next time. Go away. There we go. Hold on. There we go. Good. It's gone. My goodness gracious, guys. I wish I could be like these other apologists that like they laugh when they hear these nonsensical things. They giggle and they're like, oh my God. And they think it's funny. I actually get mad. I'm like, I can't understand. I can't understand the inconsistencies and the unfair standards. And it's just always like such like some sort of like condescending nature to them as well. Like, no, you don't see, you don't see how? Oh, you don't get it? Oh, it's always got that same feel to it. You ever notice that? You guys got so mad. I got mad on that one too. Fine, you'll come here. Welcome. Welcome. I'm built different. Just love thy neighbor as thyself, John. That's pretty much what I'm doing. You'll never say anything worse to me that I haven't said 2 inches away from the mirror. Yeah, this is, my God. There is some really good like standards. Like I honestly agree a 1 in a million prior probability is probably not as low as it should be. So, but either way, the constant I was not misunderstanding my guy. I was not. You find stupidity amusing. I wish I had that skill. Philosophy cannot be proven with mathematics. Philosophers use mathematical logic to ensure an argument structurally sound. It cannot prove if the starting philosophical arguments are actually true in. I don't know what it has to do with anything. Short Chad had exhausted me today. I got to go in the circle of empathy. Amusing, but can be infuriating. My God. I had to use left-handed anger when I threw my tape, though. I was like, find something that's not going to break anything. Find something that's not going to break anything. Base theory is just a good way to look at probabilities of things, right? And it's just, if basically flip a coin. If you think it's 50-50, you're a base theorist. If you think about if you want to look back at all the other times coins are flipped, then you're a statistician. Do I think being a Christian is hard? If so, why is it so hard? I think it's going to be different for every culture, right? So, for example, if you're in the Middle East, it's going to be hard because people are trying to unalive you. If you lived during Nero's time, same thing. It's going to be hard because people are trying to unalive you. Christians now, it's hard because the world puts unreasonable standards on them to meet and achieve, and if they can't do it, then they disregard your entire belief. Just completely disregard it and treat it as if it's nothing, and like you're just not welcome at the table. Like Christians are only welcome at Christian tables, and it's just fortunate enough that we have enough Christians that it's like we're not alone. But for example, like if you're a Muslim, you're welcome at the secularist table. You're welcome at the woke table. Like that's like, which is crazy work because Muslims are far worse than Christians when it comes to their, what do you call it? Ideologues. Far worse. Far worse. What is harder to get into the kingdom of God, the rich or the scientists? The rich. Actually, again, I've been reading a lot of Aristotle lately, so it's all I'm thinking about. Aristotle actually brought up a good point on why being rich actually is a problem. The wealth in itself isn't a problem. It is the hunger. So humanity has a simple hunger, and one's ability to get access to that is used through the rich. So, for example, when it says like it's harder for the rich to inherit the kingdom of God, it's not because like you have money, it's because you have the ability to sin easier, and you have the ability to satiate your sinful desires. So therefore, it's going to be harder because you have the ability to satiate these hungers that drive you. Mm-hmm. Well, I have a Muslim boxer picture on my back wall, John. So didn't put it up because he's a Muslim. I put it up because it's a crazy historical event of a boxer, but we are going to change it. Take a plushie to throw? Yeah, I do need a plushie to throw. All right, guys. God bless y'all. We'll see y'all next time. And thank you so much for hanging out today. My God.
Attention, test subjects. The crusade has concluded. Statistically, most of you survived. That number is higher than projected, so congratulations are technically in order. I want to thank each of you for your participation. Not because it was appreciated, the data will determine that later, but because company policy requires positive reinforcement regardless of actual performance. Let's review some highlights. Several of you showed remarkable dedication. Others showed up. Both are being logged as participation. Because apparently we're not allowed to distinguish between them anymore. To the individual who asked, is this mandatory? Yes, it was mandatory. It remains mandatory. Retroactively, to the person who brought snacks, thank you. You have been promoted to Provisional Morale Officer. This is not a paid position. It was never going to be a paid position, and to everyone who completed the crusade without significant injury, structural damage, or triggering an incident report, well done. You are, and I cannot stress this enough, exactly what we hoped for, adequate, now. About next time, yes, there will be a next time. I know some of you were secretly hoping the crusade was a one-time event, like a natural disaster or a bad decision made at a company retreat. It was not. It is, in fact, an ongoing initiative, and your continued involvement has already been assumed, scheduled, and in some cases contractually implied, so mark your calendars. Bring your friends. Bring your enemies. Frankly, we're not picky, and neither is the sign-up sheet. We look forward to doing this again, and by look forward to, I mean the outcome is inevitable, and your feelings on the matter, while noted, will not be a factor. Thank you for participating. Thank you for surviving, and thank you in advance for coming back. The crusade is over. The next crusade begins immediately.